Oh god.
Oh my days. Hey. How's
Damn.
everybody doing? All right. Ladies and gentlemen, konnichiwa minasan. I'm your host. I'm looking at all of them, and I don't know if I want to do it, but fuck it, it's stream tradition. Now I know, aka Q Ray, aka the Human Life Stream Machine, aka the Hot Tech Intellectual, aka Young Giga Drill, aka the Nigerian Dandada, Little Heart Attack, aka Asatoka Ganja, Miyamoto Too Flashy, aka Tori Trapping Out the Bando, aka I don't pay for my Netflix, I got people for that, aka Atlanta's original Otaku, the Millennial Fela Kuti, the Pagan Slayer, Bugs Money, aka Young My Size, hey yeah, I'm chatting to you, right? Gonna dub me at calm your butters anyways, aka the Colonizer Both Raz, aka Boss 9 of the Sherry Mafia, aka Strong Boy Yaga, aka Childish Gam 9 call me Cash the Stampede because all I do is make this money and spread love and peace. Charles Spasnable, aka Blink Hyuk An, aka that kid from Too Many Places to Count, aka Mr. Black and Platinum. Alright, that was painless. We got through that very quickly. How is everybody doing tonight?
Good.
Yeah.
Is that all you got for me?
I was
Just
reading.
Jen, I was about to make the government owes me money joke, but it's not
The
funny.
lives are mid.
Our lives are everybody's lives are mid. No, I think our lives are COVID. Hey.
Okay, that was pretty good. I'm not gonna lie.
Wow, look at you, bro. That was so funny, bro. That was so
I can't get mad at that. That was
You ever
pretty
think about
funny.
becoming a comedian, bro? Because you're just a genius, bro. You Nick Chappelle look on.
Shut up, Jesse. Shut up, Jesse.
I've been reading Sora again. I've been reading Kangen Sora.
All right, back. Can we just talk about the Final Fantasy VII conversation? Okay, Hojo tries to tell Cloud something. They block it up with the whole Cloud PTSD thing, right?
Mm-hmm.
Hojo says, "Cloud, you weren't a soldier. You were." What was that?
Was he gonna say? Well, I mean, do you know what
soldier?
do you know what the original FF7 story is?
Yes, I understand. Cloud wasn't part of Soldier.
No.
But it turns out him and Zack were put inside the Mako shit. What?
No, like, do you know what the Mako shit was? Do you know what? Okay, so here's the
Mako
plot.
is the life energy of the planet.
No, okay, yes, we all know that.
Over with.
No, sure. The point why. Okay, so do y'all know what Cloud and Zack were being experimented on for? It wasn't just some Mako shit. Like, do you know what the actual thing was?
What was the actual thing?
It was essentially to make another Sephiroth. They were trying to make another Sephiroth. They were trying to give someone okay, so basically the regular soldier program is when they just infuse you with Mako. That's all it is. That's why your eyes turn blue. But the specific thing about what they were trying to do with Cloud and Zack was they put Genova particles in them to turn them into another Sephiroth. That's what that specialized thing was.
That's why this nigga says mother.
Mm-hmm.
That's
why Sephiroth says mother, because Sephiroth is actually not.
No, Cloud says mother in this game.
This
game, he sees Genova and he says mother. Yeah. When he was about to faint.
Someone said finally a sensible time for us Brits. How is England doing tonight? The original FF7 is really a solid 10 out of 10. Yes, it is. It actually is. So so what Hojo was trying to tell him was, you were the soldier, or you were a Genova crack baby. That's kind of what all of them were.
Crack baby.
That's what I don't know. I've every time there's a character who's like specifically engineered for like a thing, I just call them the thing they're engineered for and like a crack baby. Because remember in the Kill la Kill video when I said Ryuko and Satsuki are both life fiber crack babies?
Oh yeah.
I don't know why I do.
I mean, it's true though. They are.
Huh?
I mean, it's true though. That's what they are.
I mean, to an extent. Well, I'm gonna do this now so I don't get jugged, so I don't have to jug everybody again later on. If you are willing to donate and be nice to the cause, I'm trying to take my girl out on a nice date during these harsh Corona times. I'm trying to take my girl out on a nice date during these harsh Corona times. So to the living room, if somebody could dump some cash in the if someone could dump some cash in the motherfucking cash app.
Relationships on a fine, thin ass line.
What?
It's on a thin line.
Is it?
Yes.
Why?
Because
That's not true.
They can't even hear me.
Yes, they can.
I hear you.
Exactly.
We have not been on a date.
That's not true either. And also, we started dating literally a few weeks, like a
We
week.
started dating
Like
in January.
no, we didn't.
Yes,
No,
yes,
it
our
did. No.
first date was in
Okay, and then we didn't
And
really.
then you ghosted me, period. It was ghosting.
Ah, she's full of revisionism.
Mutual
We were mutually ghosting. That doesn't mean we were date. When did we start this relationship? In March. A week. In March. A week.
It was in February. February 21st is our anniversary.
Oh, that is true. That is true.
You got the
Happy
anniversary wrong?
No, I didn't.
You got the anniversary.
No, I didn't. I thought it was March. It felt
was February 21st.
the end of February. All right, cool. It was the end of February. But then, if you take into consideration, that was like a week before this whole pandemic started locking everybody down. So for the majority of the time we've been together, we've been in this new
How are
hellscape.
you gonna like me for a year and never take me out?
I was talking to other girls. That's why. That's why.
Them out on dates?
Oh,
No, I didn't.
Jimmy,
Take
Jimmy
anyone out
just,
on dates?
Not
Jimmy's
really.
just like, yo,
Love in the age of Corona.
Someone just said love at the age
Jimmy
of
doesn't even know
Corona.
that shit. Jimmy
Some
just
people are
like,
just saying love at the age of Corona. Wow, you lot are fucking crazy. Anyway,
hey man, we're just stating facts.
Yeah. I mean, I've tried to isolate my
why do
entire
you
life.
wait till
so,
I'm on
yeah.
stream to start complaining about our relationship? Why do you wait till I'm on stream to
Because
start?
you bring it up.
No,
right?
I said I needed the money so I could take you on a nice date. That's all I said. Anyway, ladies and gentlemen, we are. Someone said Jimmy gotta get dumped live on the air. That way he's forget. That way he's forgetting when he started dating this year. The way he's forgetting he started. Okay, shut up. I'm not gonna.
What they say? Wait, did they
So-
bring up points?
The way he's forgetting when he started dating this year, you're gonna get dumped live on.
Oh my god, yeah, he did. Everyone, he did forget.
I didn't forget.
That
Get
we
up, get
started
away from the
dating.
microphone. Get away from the microphone.
Just wanna say,
You can't even hear the rest of the call.
mistreated.
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 No, yeah, you are mistreated because I treat you.
That is a take. That's a take. That's a fucking take. This nigga said you are mistreated because I treat you. That's a fucking
You're
take.
mistreated. You're mistreated. That's what you are. You're mistreated.
Jimmy, I'm gonna need you to leave.
Yeah.
You
Because I treat you right.
go
Bro.
to- where?
Yo, this
Where
nigga's
am I
crazy.
from?
Do you wanna
This
go
nigga
back to
Jimmy's the next
Canada?
level.
Do you wanna go to Nigeria?
Why are you giving me options
Where
when
do you
you're
wanna
kicking
go?
me out? Why are you giving me options of where you want to kick me out to? Get away. Oh my gosh. Not used to hearing females on this live. Yeah. Well, you know what? Actually, let's fix that.
What do you mean? Are you gonna invite a female?
Yes. Not
Hey.
not any female.
Just gonna be like, hey, females, anybody wanna?
Actually, you know what? Let's do that. Let's do that.
How do you do,
Call
fellow
it to any
females?
Calling all
Team
femoids.
Simpson. Team Simpson.
Yo, leave me alone.
Live done.
Yo,
Everybody, see you later.
no. You can't just
Live
cancel.
done.
You can't just cancel.
Live
No,
done. How
you
do I
can't-
turn this off?
can't turn
Did
it
you just
off.
say femoids?
Yes, I just said femoids.
Bitch.
I said it ironically. So it's like, oh my
It's
god,
better
Jimmy,
because
you
you
are
said
reaching.
Oh, sorry, dude. I mean, I remember, because you're a true king forever, Craig. Jimmy is just scraping. Bottom of the barrel. You don't even remember when we started dating. That's hurtful. It's like
And we're still popping.
forgetting your birthday.
When's my birthday?
It's like,
Exactly.
it's October.
Uh-huh.
What's
October.
my birthday?
March 18th.
Oh.
My birthday
Damn.
is.
It's in October because you're a Libra.
Mm-hmm.
So it's in early October. So like
No, it's not.
17th, 14th,
Mm-mm.
25th,
Mm-mm.
28th,
Mm-mm.
26th.
Stop just randomly.
Okay, 26, 25,
No.
24,
No.
23.
You stop.
Honey,
Go
honey,
away.
just take the
Go
L.
away.
It's okay.
Go away. Take the L. Take the L. That's what you have to
Just
do.
take it.
You
It's
have to take
all
the L.
right.
You have to take
You
the L.
lost.
It pains him to laugh. It does pain him to laugh because he's wrong.
Oh my gosh. He laughs like it pains him to laugh. It doesn't pain me to laugh. It's just hilarious. When is my birthday?
You tell me.
October 20th.
You've never told me that.
I have told you
You've
that.
never fucking told
I've
me
told
that.
you that.
I said, when's your birthday? You say, this is what you say. This is what you say. I'm a Libra. It's in October.
I like how this is just Jimmy's like.
Question mark, And then
Why are we doing
you
this on stream?
Oh.
Why is this whole thing happening on stream? Okay, I'm definitely deleting this one. I'm definitely deleting this one after it's done.
Jimmy, what are the ones that we haven't deleted?
What's
I
the
don't
ones that
even
we
know if
haven't
delete all
deleted?
of them.
We haven't deleted any of them. Jimmy, do you even know your
Yeah,
JS
no, they're
middle
still
name?
up.
Period.
You don't mind middle name?
I'm sorry. Pause. No, they're
You've
not.
never told
Did
me.
I
you
have
not-
told
Did
you.
you not
No,
unlist
have
it?
not.
I have told you.
Okay, first of all, what's my middle name? What's my middle name? You
Your-
know, it's like special too.
Your middle name is.
There's like a special reason. It's like hyphenated. What is it?
I like how this has just become Jimmy's relationship now. It's all this thing is. It's just.
I've heard
It's
it
like it's not even
before.
a stream
I
anime.
Jimmy, when
Ca-
are you making that OnlyFans?
What am I making that OnlyFans? Never. Y'all motherfuckers are nasty.
What, you gonna do couples pose?
This is, why are we already at 28 views? Why do people enjoy? Why are people enjoying this? This is fucking trash. Y'all are trash.
Jimmy.
With what? With what?
Middle name.
You don't remember mine, and I've told you mine.
I'm not
I have told you mine.
I like asked
It's a
if
Zulu
I
war
look
cry.
at- Shut up.
I told you that much. Yeah.
I asked you so many questions.
Zulu
I was like,
war
what's your
cry.
trauma?
Man.
But, like,
Well, no, you know what? Can we handle all this like after I'm done
And then
streaming?
you-
Hold it,
and then
hold
you-
it. I have a whole
and
stream to get to.
And then you look at me. We talk about this before the stream, and then you just kind of ignore me.
Oh, oh.
Like, am I a ghost?
No,
Do you?
guys. So how about that? How about that Final Fantasy? How about that Final Fantasy
Yo,
7
this stream
remake?
is great, guys. I like the Star Wars. There's nothing wrong with this stream at all. Everything about this stream is great. There's
Babe.
no issues at all.
I'm just kidding. I'm just going to the bathroom.
I will. God, you've already put my blood pressure all the way up. Now the next topic that happens, I'm gonna be very like danded up. I'm not mad.
Oh,
You've just
Jimmy,
increased my blood
Dude,
pressure.
There's no next topic. This is just our show now. Congratulations. Just the
Anyway.
relationship out.
Guys, guys.
When you like forgot.
Guys, how do you feel about the Jimmy relationship hour? Are you guys enjoying it? Do you think it's good? Do you think it's bad?
I mean, I just showed up, so I guess I skipped most of it.
That's
Anyway.
I know, yeah,
just,
One Piece.
Thank the Lord that none of you
So,
are cute
so
enough.
yeah, One Piece.
Thank the Lord that none of you are cute
Bad.
enough to go out and become as I don't know. I don't even say nothing.
Jimmy, you want to finish? No. Finish the statement. Finish the statement. I want to see where this
No,
horrible
man.
point's gonna go.
Huh? Oh, nothing.
Finish the statement, nigga.
Yeah.
Hmm?
And meet girls. Yeah.
Jimmy. Whatever.
I'm digging my hole deeper. Anyway, as I was
It's
saying.
coronavirus time, bro.
Huh?
Yeah.
I ain't leaving the
Are
house.
they all cute?
Yeah.
Guys, she's saying you're all cute.
You're all nice.
Yeah.
Hey,
she's looking
thanks.
at me, yeah.
hey, thanks, fam.
Especially you, Sheem. You're a very handsome man. I love you.
No, I'm not.
Shut up. Shut up. Sheem, stop saying that about yourself. If I'm not allowed to say I'm ugly, you're not allowed to say you're ugly.
Is this what men do?
Okay. I mean,
Hilarious.
Anyway,
None of you.
Hey, thank you kindly.
what did she just said? None of you are ugly. That's not true. I'm ugly.
Jimmy, why not just-
Jimmy's ugly on the
Huh?
inside. Is that what Jimmy is?
That's true.
Yeah, look, I was an incel until a year ago, so.
That's true.
Jimmy.
Can you guys start a fucking topic? Stop making this my stream. And I know it is. And I know it is. I know it is my stream, but it's only my stream until first y'all niggas talk.
Can
This
we
nigga
talk about
straight
it? If you didn't
DM'd me
play
as
Echoes, if
I'm
you didn't play
as I
Echoes,
am
you can't
napping.
call, you can't make fun of
As I'm
me
reading.
for playing their anime titty games ever again.
Guys, have y'all been
She
watching?
had
Have y'all been watching
highest
mech?
odds
Have y'all been watching any
in the
mech
whole
shit?
world.
I've been watching G
Is
Gundam,
that NGO?
basically
Mech
professional
shit.
wrestling.
What, has there been any new mech shit?
Yes, there's been plenty of new mech shit.
Okay, talk
Okay,
about
a
some
lot.
new mech
No.
shit.
Yeah, you
Alright.
y'all already. Yeah, let me explain. To
Let's
you
go
your
to the
opinion on
seasonal
that.
chart. In fact, I'm gonna do that thing where I basically.
Jimmy, half the seasonal chart isn't coming out, so it doesn't matter.
Okay, that's
also,
true.
Y'all's gonna hate half of it.
Actually, you know what? Fuck it. Let's talk about how half the seasonal chart isn't coming out. Let's go to anime chart real quick.
No, I'm pissed about Origairu getting delayed to like July.
You know what? The summer season is gonna look nuts. Now that we're really now that we can talk about it, now that a lot of stuff has gotten delayed, the summer season is looking mad. Like, I actually can't lie. let's go to the summer season and see what's going on. So we've got ReZero that got bumped. We've got Sword Art Online that got bumped. We got Did Haikyuu get bumped?
No, Haikyuu's airing
Haikyuu
already. Remember
came
the show, the
out.
black character on television? No, well, there's some shows where they release 2 episodes and then get bumped. Like some shows only had 2 episodes fully done in production. The rest got bumped. So like, there's still shows that are coming out there that are not gonna get continued. This season is going to be garbage.
I don't think the season's gonna be
I
garbage.
mean, every
You want to
season's
know what?
pretty
You want
garbage,
first?
but
Shut
you know
up,
what I mean.
shut up, y'all. Shut up. You don't like anime. So go away.
You don't like
You
anime.
don't like anime. Go away.
Jimmy, why are you strawmanning me, fam?
I'm not strawmanning you. You just don't like anime.
Definitely are strong. Listen, I watched DNA. I watched Azaken. They're alright.
They
What's going on?
They yo,
Okay,
you are
cool.
such a
You
such
hate
a New
it?
Yorker. If a nigga from New York says something is I, just know it's a masterpiece. Like if a dude from New York says something is just like it's straight, then just know that they like.
What do you want me to say? It's mid. Yeah, it is. What do you
It's
want?
about the artistic process, and it speaks to him.
I don't keep things in perspective. How are you gonna watch like Fooly Cooly and you're like, oh yeah, but these things are also good? It's like, I mean, there's a scale there, Jimmy.
Look,
wrong,
I know there's a scale there. There's a scale to everything, but at the same time, you kind of have to admit that there's a lot of shows that are just flat. Have you seen Apare Ranman?
Yeah, I've seen it. It's fine.
Like no, but like yeah, have you seen it?
Oh,
I think
are the designs good?
yes, aesthetically that show has very interesting designs. Like, have you seen?
You buy that art book?
Would I buy that art book, the Apare Ranman art book? Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, No, I know what you mean. Like, oh, you said these designs are good, but you wouldn't buy the art book because it looks generic. No, these designs look interesting. Yeah, I wouldn't. I'm
I mean,
not.
was I ever? Am I wrong about that though?
You're never wrong. You're not particularly wrong, but it's like designs can be good, and you don't want to buy the fucking art book. Okay.
I don't know, Jimmy. I don't know about.
There's
that
only one
man.
art book I fucking own, and I own 1.5 art books. The fucking Panty and Stocking one, which is with my friend in the DMV, and the fucking Samurai Champloo one. Those are the only 2 ones I own. So
I mean, I'm not one of those anime, big brain guys that's like, well, good designs have a good silhouette
oh my
and some shit.
no,
It's like, all I care about, does it look cool? That's it.
no, yeah.
That's all I care about, Jimmy. I've never cared about anything else, and I never will.
But good designs
That's
do have a
about
good
right.
silhouette though. Good designs have a silhouette that you can immediately place and understand what the
Like, oh
characters
man,
are.
you could tell the character's personality just by the design. It's like, I actually just care if it looks cool. That's it.
What looks cool to you? What is your favorite looking character in anime?
Softman before 2012.
That's kind of difficult, man.
Yeah, I know it is. That's why
Stop,
I'm.
man.
Yeah, I like asking curmudgeon.
2012.
I like asking curmudgeon ass niggas like questions like this about anime. Cause
My
He's
God,
so
stop,
sure of himself
man.
until you asked him that.
Yeah.
Like saying,
Yeah.
oh, what's your favorite anime or like your top 10? It's like you're trying to like
Yeah, yours would be meta.
destroy my brain.
Also, again, you hate everything. You hate the design language of anime made after 2012.
Oh, it just literally depends on certain like character designers.
no, I'm
Like
saying
people like to say that,
okay, who's your
but like in
favorite?
the 90s and 80s, there was only like 5 character designers doing like all the art.
Let me ask you:
Like-
if an anime dropped tomorrow, and it had a premise you didn't like, but all the designs looked like they were drawn by that one you who drew the big-bodied figures in SF3. You know what I'm talking about? The one you like,
I know.
huh?
Oh, he's good, but Bengus is the top.
I mean, yeah.
Bengus is that dude.
What's that
Like
one?
Attack on
What's
Earth,
the
dude.
guy who did the JoJo art?
Araki.
No,
Talking about Araki?
no, I mean
Or for the game?
No, I mean the.
So he's talking for the original OVA.
Okay, no, I know who did that. No, I'm talking about. Okay, I should have been very specific. What's the guy who did the JoJo pinups where they look like Street Fighter 3 characters? Because it's the same guy who did the art from Street Fighter.
That's Bengus.
Yeah, that's Bengus. Yeah, that motherfucker's sick.
Yeah, Bengus is the GOAT.
And I'm saying that's the kind of art you like. And I'm saying like if there was an anime that had that art style, you would just
I'm watching that day one.
You're just watching it regardless of what the premise is. And I'm saying this.
Regardless.
So you're saying there's no anime that come close to that to you, or have
Definitely not. Are you kidding me, Jimmy?
I look, I'm asking this specifically because I really don't think, for all the things that have deteriorated in anime, being it that everything's in CG, quality, CGs now, I don't think character design, at least in the grand scheme of things, has taken that much of a dip.
I think it has. I think every now and again you'll have like a Kisniver where I'm like, oh, not bad. And I find out it's a mangaka who did the designs. I'm like, maybe they should just do that.
Have you not? Yeah, you know what? I will say though, anime centric people, like people who've only worked in the anime industry, have very different like character designs than people who write manga.
Well, no, Jimmy,
I mean, of course, because they got to put into consideration the whole idea of just, I got to animate this character.
No. You're missing my point. Even the
manga database is bigger.
Even the manga. What are you talking about when you say the manga database? Please elaborate.
The database for making art in manga is massively huge. Because anime is a very laser-focused thing. You're going to have studios that have the character designer working on multiple shows. For manga, because of how many different people make manga and have their own designs, the database for design language there is ridiculously massive.
True.
Does your question relate?
Why do games have better 3D design than anime?
What do you mean by that?
Like
because they have more experience.
More stylization more as well. Like even like something like the Persona where they have the awkward Igor design, it's still better than 3D in anime.
Sounds like a essential part of the art form, to be honest.
I think
also you remember people in video games have longer times to make their character a model.
Here's the thing. Here's the reason why. A lot of, let me be honest with you, a lot of the guys who make anime could easily churn out movies on the same level as, say, let me finish. They could churn out like CG on the same level as, say, like a Frozen or like a fucking like any other Disney shit. You wanna know why? We've seen them do that. We've seen the Dragon Quest movie. We've seen the fucking Captain Harlock. Huh?
The Lupin movie.
The what?
And the Lupin movie, yeah.
Yeah, and the Lupin movie. Like, we've seen them do sick CG design for anime shit. The reason we don't see it in TV anime is one very simple reason. TV anime on a production level is broken. So irreparably broken, and people don't even know it. They just like, the reason why these designs continue being, the reason why CG continues being the way it is, especially from guys like fucking what's this one studio? The one that made Sidonia. Like, Polygon Pictures. Them ones. Like, those guys are, like, the ones who do it the best. But at the same time, they don't hold a candle to anyone who's, like, making movies with it. It's because you don't have enough time. Because these people making these shows are...
Polygon a few shows to get CG to look decent and not stiff.
Yeah, they're one of the few people to get CG, but the thing is, they don't have time. That's easily the one thing about animation that you need more than anything. Time. A lot of these folks are stuck on like very thin line schedules where it's like, oh, we need to get this done within the next 48 hours for this cut of the show that airs in 2 weeks. Like, what the fuck? You know what I mean? That's how most of the Japanese animation industry functions. Very few anime actually get to have pre-production. And you know what I mean? Very few anime get to have like a not necessarily like a long pre-production.
No, there's pre-production, but it's a production committee does pre-production.
Yeah, the production committee does
pre-production.
The animation studio doesn't. The animation studio's pre-production is one meeting when they go over the stuff that the production committee gave them. That's usually what a pre-production meeting is. Like, pre-production, let's look at Pixar. Pixar will have pre-production go on for a certain movie for years. Like, they'll have some movies that are in pre-production for like a good long time. And in that pre-production meeting, they get so much stuff hashed out.
Good Dinosaur, like 10 years to come out.
Yeah.
No, but here's the thing. Good Dinosaur sucks on a plot level, but on an animation level, it's still really good.
Because they planned a lot of that shit out. Even stuff like Toy Story took hella time to make. Even for us,
Ground Zero for Pixar, they had no plan yet.
No, but here's the thing. They have like, also the fact is that animation doesn't have like the ability to do rework. You just have to like put out what you put out. There's like you get to rework essentially for the the Blu-ray if you're lucky.
Someone
think about it. Like there's multiple anime like say anything.
Someone said, no lies, I live for the Dragon Quest movie on Netflix, plus TV show, Plus TV shows that don't work like South Park usually suffer in that market.
Well, no,
No
South Park
spoilers.
works because of
South Park is really an odd case in terms of animation production.
because their animation's a joke. It's like borderline. They can make that shit in like a day, so it's like they don't have to care about anything. Like as opposed to the other people, like
that's why they end up going topical in the plots as well, because they can churn it out like 3 weeks before that topic is.
So let me say it this way though, because like they've talked about this in books everywhere, but like the reason anime is the way it is, the reason why our brains gravitate to it more than it does to like live action stuff or even like other animation from other places in the world, is inherent in the limitations that anime had to face during its earliest years. And in fact, some of the same limitations they have to face now. Like, do you know when you have to tell a story? So when a certain number of frames, right, is the standard for animation in other parts of the world, but you know you have to tell a story in literally a quarter of that number of frames, what are you going to do? Are you going to just not make the thing you want to make? No. You're going to learn how to tell that story in less frames. And you want to know why anime has creeped into our brains and turned it into mush? Because their method of making a story with less frames is literally it's just called filmmaking. They do better filmmaking. They have better angles, better shot composition, just better tracking, everything. Like the stuff that they do in animation in Japan, in Japanese animation, historically has always been, how do we convey this interestingly without making anything move, or if we have to make it move not that much. And then when they really want to make shit move, when they really want to make shit really cool, what do they have for that? They call it sakuga, which is the stuff that really keeps us grounded and coming back to this shit. So it's kind of nuts how folks forget why they love they forget why anime exists the way it does when they're talking about the circumstances by why it exists today.
The original DBZ is a masterclass in like battle composition, just all set up.
Yeah.
Like you never see something like a tracking, like you'll never see like Imaishi stuff being replicated in Pixar because it just won't work.
Exactly, because Imaishi's style relies entirely on the fact that it's in a malleable animated medium, not a structured one the way CG is.
He also really like Promare tried, but he also really likes just big long takes, pulling back from characters and position them in the center of the frame.
Mm-hmm. That's like, I mean, to be honest, that's just a Gainax thing. Imaishi learned that from I think he learned that mostly from Anno and Tsurumaki, but that's definitely a Gainax thing that he dragged with him to trigger. The whole having long shots that start with the character in the center of the frame, doing that kind of shit, yeah, or start or end with the character in the center of the frame. That kind of stuff is very much a Gainax cinematic technique that got grandfathered into Trigger's work.
Yeah, when I saw Hitman, it really surprised me how much Amemiya nicked from Anno's directing style,
in Gridman.
Anno was a Gainax. They all shared the
Anno or Obari.
No. Actually, okay. So no. So basically, no. Let me explain. No, he's right. Because in Gridman, whenever Gridman transforms into Gridman, it's an Obari anime. Whenever it's not, it's Eva. Have you noticed? The way he shoots cities, the way he shoots characters interacting with each other in space,
setting atmosphere.
Yeah, the atmosphere. That's all Anno. That's all stolen directly from Anno's playbook. The way he does that shit.
I felt like I was looking at an anime. It all felt like a movie and not a series. Film.
It's a very cinematic style of directing, not like television focused, which is weird because the entire show itself was a satirization / deconstruction of the Toku television. Whatever. Let's just keep talking about other stuff because I don't want to.
Someone asked. Someone asked in the chat if.
Wait, what?
I was gonna say someone asked in the chat if there's any modern cartoons that are worth watching.
Tons. Kipo. On Netflix.
All right, listen. I wish Elijah was here. He'd give you a bunch. But there's Kipo. There is fucking if you love Hanna-Barbera, homage to Hanna-Barbera stuff, OK KO is a great one. If you want to watch something where animation is actually being used in interesting ways, you probably want to go for like DuckTales or Rise of TMNT.
If you haven't seen the Castlevania, if you haven't seen the Castlevania animation yet, that's basically the best. Like it's flat out the most impressive animation from a Western studio I've ever seen for television, I guess.
Yeah. If you want to like honestly, if you want to see like some interesting CG, on Netflix, Love, Death, and Robots is actually pretty good. I'm not gonna even lie. Like it was actually pretty dope.
It's not very good writing wise, but the animation is great.
No, yeah, the animation, the writing is like if you know writing, you know writing. Some are hit and miss, but the animation is pretty dope.
It's basically the point.
Oh, someone just said Primal from Gendy.
Oh yeah, Primal's good. The fifth season of Samurai Jack is good.
Oh yeah, that too.
I mean that ending, but whatever.
Have I seen
First 3
Primal?
episodes?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, is Primal? Wait, is Primal that new Toonami thing that they were doing?
It's the caveman one.
Oh yeah, I never. Whatever happened to that? I never even saw it air.
It finished.
It was there.
Oh damn, serious? Shit, I was behind.
No, I think it was only like 6 episodes. It has really good animation, and it's like everybody's mute in it too.
I also think it was online.
I gotta watch it.
There's no words spoken.
There's something else. I can't remember.
Also, She-Ra's pretty decent. If you're in
the animation's garbage, nigga. Animation's fucking garbage.
The animation's garbage.
Good, but the animation's fucking
if you're just straight up looking for like from what I understand, She-Ra does really great representation in the writing, so I guess you're looking for that.
They need better animation.
But if we're just talking about from an animation standpoint, I don't know. I can't. What I've seen, I can't say I recommend it.
It's bad. Who animates? Dragon Prince is like that's just bad CG because they're like.
I read some good Dragon Prince Jojins.
Who makes Rise of TMNT? Which studio is that?
Bro, I don't know, but it's a Nickelodeon thing.
That's a sentence. Right? That's a sentence I didn't think I would ever hear, but now that I'm thinking about it, I don't know why I've never heard it. Dragon Prince Dojins. I mean, everything has.
Well, not really Dojin, but porn comedy.
Hold on, I'm gonna switch mics right quick.
I mean, if you go into Western animation, Thirst is a huge feature of that ever since the Pony days.
I like the main guy and the main girl.
I don't know whether you're gonna be animating or just doing storyboards.
Someone genuinely is recommending Venture Bros, Moral Oral, and Frisky Dingo. What is this? 2005.
Okay, Venture Bros has good writings. Moral Oral and Frisky Dingo, those are like iffy.
Moral Oral is a classic. Don't even.
Yeah, man.
Moral Oral is a motherfucking classic.
Steven Universe.
Are we talking about
this underrated show called
Jimmy? We're talking about We're talking about animation, not quality of like writing.
Have you ever heard of this little indie show called Avatar: The Last Airbender?
Have you ever heard of this underrated cartoon called Rick and Morty?
Funniest shit I've ever seen.
Wait, Studio, why are you in the chat but not like in the Discord on stream? Why don't you want to be on stream, LMAO? In before I forgot my Discord password or I made a new account. That's probably what it is.
He was here before. He was literally here not that long ago. Like I talked to Studio like I think like a couple of days ago.
Yeah, he's in the Discord.
Rise of TMNT said it was done by Nickelodeon's animation studio.
Yeah, Rise of TMNT was done by the Nick Studio.
It's actually surprising.
So someone
but they have some crazy
Nick
Studio.
No. That whole Nick, I guarantee you that Nick Studio that they've got is just full of like art school kids who watch nothing but anime.
But Jimmy, are they not just outsourcing it? Because like Studio Mirage outsources to like 4C.
I mean, yeah, but I'm gonna agree with Jimmy. I think it's literally just a bunch of kids who watch nothing but anime. Like this, because there's a couple Sakuga scenes where they like go ham, and it's very much influenced. I want to.
Well, you know that thing I was saying.
Same with Gumball.
You know that thing I was saying earlier with how like.
You guys talking about? It got cut off.
You know that thing I was talking about earlier, where it's like, anime was limited, so it literally just invented new ways to like stage shit and have the camera.
That's literally what Western animation is gonna be.
That's
like
no,
in the near future.
But that's what Rise of the TMNT does. It doesn't do the so one thing I hate about Western shows is that it does what I like to call the Simpsons staging, where all the characters will be on screen at once talking to each other. You know
Family Guy.
You know exactly, yeah, like Family Guy. You know exactly what I'm talking. There's no cuts to anything. There's no like cinematography. It's just all the characters.
Even Steven Universe is like that.
Steven Universe does that fucking shit too. Have you ever seen that shit?
I'm supposed to be a fan.
Have you ever seen that in anime? Ever?
No. You know what also does that?
Sometimes.
I think shit, I just forgot. I'm sorry.
Isekai Quartet doesn't count.
Oh, okay.
Kernel Phantasm.
If we're ruling out 4 Coma, then no.
Yeah, 4 Coma anime doesn't count. 'Cause that's the point. Like it's really weird because a lot of shows made now by Western studios are very, very, very like, how can I put this? They wanna seem like they're groundbreaking. They wanna seem like they're the first to do whatever they're doing, but like it's so obvious that they're just ripping off anime.
Yeah.
And I've seen that in filmmaking too. Like, you know what? I'm mad.
Like,
I'm mad that
Darren Aronofsky.
I'm actually very upset that both Inception and Black Swan don't have a special thanks to Satoshi Kon.
They really don't.
That's actually fucking horrible.
Jimmy, Nolan owns the rights to
Paprika? Yeah, no. Okay, you don't want to hear something real fucked? Nolan owns the rights to Paprika, but
does he really?
Yeah, but when asked about when asked about it, when asked about whether or not he had that film as inspiration, he says he's never fucking seen it. The prick.
Yeah.
Are we lying now?
Yes, niggas lying.
So what Nolan specifically did is Nolan got there's rights to like when you have like an anime that's popular, you have rights to like the adaptation in like Hollywood for like the West. He specifically owns those rights to the anime, and the reason for that is so they can't sue him because he owns the right and he gets to make Inception.
My thing is, have you noticed how there's just tons of people who are like, "Oh, anime is so weird," but they rip off anime. Like, they don't even have the common fucking decency to steal and respect the shit they're stealing from. You know, like Darren Aronofsky's a big proponent of that too.
He liked Satoshi.
He's not gonna acknowledge that at all. Nope, he won't. No, but also the funniest thing I saw on Twitter was that some niggas were like, "Yo, you niggas say anime is weird, and you watch 13 Reasons Why, where nigga got raped with a broom," and I'm like, "Oh yeah, no, you niggas are the weird ones. You watch a show where a nigga got raped in a broom in a bathroom.
Anime is
you
bad,
people need help."
Big Mouth.
Bro, don't even talk to me about that, Sheem. You really just struck a chord because niggas will say anime, bro. Like I'll never forgive anyone. When Big Mouth came out and like I caught everyone who I've ever heard say anime is weird watching Big Mouth, I was like, fuck y'all. Like the world, I don't care anymore. Like I don't care. Like you guys' taste is fucking awful. I don't
watch something like Sex
Well, the thing is, it's weird and
you freak out about the sex scene.
It's like
it's weird and foreign. That's the key distinguisher.
And that's really what it is. It's foreign. Let's just be real here.
I mean, let's be real. Let's keep it a buck. Anime exists in the space it does entirely due to xenophobia.
100%.
Entirely due to xenophobia. Like the only reason people are weird about anime whatsoever, the only reason people are weird about people watching anime, and the reason why even the weird stuff in anime gets treated as more taboo than, say, I don't know, literally like, okay, you know what? I'm just gonna.
I don't know. No.
I'm just gonna say this. I'm just gonna say this, right? Isn't it wild how folks are like, Japan's weird, Japan's so nasty. They even have a whole culture called, they even have a whole culture of lolicons. Now, guys, where did the word Lolita come from? A fucking European novel.
Yeah.
Like
This is a good book.
Isn't it
Also,
Isn't it about him trying to fuck his niece?
Isn't it weird how people?
Yeah, but like, I mean, but like, yeah, the thing is, it came.
Freak out about the sex scene in Beastars.
Jimmy, niggas get weirded out about Japan having niggas who are like lolicons. I'm like, again, we have a narco-capitalist. These niggas are just pedophiles.
No, but the thing is,
we're not so different.
in Texas it's legal to marry an 11-year-old.
In Texas, wait, did you say it's illegal or legal?
Legal. In many states, it's legal. Southern states, may I add.
That's...
There's no difference. There's no difference between the North and the South. I'm just put that out there.
Hey, I'm sorry, bro.
You're only fine with South Park.
The north is just a bunch of neolibs. They're no different from the south. I'm just gonna put
No,
that
here's
out
the
there right
the
now.
North is like quiet racism. It's the racism where it's like, oh, I see the black person.
I wouldn't even
the road.
I wouldn't even say that. I'm gonna just stop you right there because
You can't use Detroit. You can't use Detroit. Detroit's
I can 100% use Detroit. Fuck off. I
you
can
can't.
13 states. 13 states allow child marriage.
Jeremy, Detroit is a piece of fucking. Okay,
I can use Detroit, Chicago, and I can even use San Francisco if I really want to dig deep enough.
San Francisco is the north, and San Francisco would be the west.
Whatever, nigga. You know what I'm talking about. Not the
also,
South.
Illinois would be the Midwest.
Not the South. Anyways, we're getting off topic.
Most of the North is usually the Northeast.
Niggas love to talk about how anime is weird and pedophilia, but they'll watch Big Mouth, a show with literal kids masturbating in front of them. Like that's okay. Like we'll watch all these awful looking ass like fucking Bob's Burgers ass shows, but then like when it comes to something quality and good, it's weird. It's foreign. I don't like that shit. They eyes look weird. Nigga, fuck off. Like get the fuck out of here. Y'all have no taste.
Animation doesn't have to look so ugly.
It doesn't, but but you know we are living in the Simpsons world, so everything got to look like it.
Cheaper to hire people who can't draw. That's why.
I mean, it also like those designs are much cheaper to do.
South Park and Beavis and Butthead really ruined their Western animation.
I want to say Beavis and Butthead. Beavis and Butthead only got like a small.
No, South Park ruined Western animation in terms of storytelling because now every nigga who watches South Park thinks they have a modern understanding of anything of politics, and they fucking don't. Eat my dick. You don't know shit.
No, but Jaren, I like bullying everybody. Therefore, I'm a good guy.
Yeah, there you go. I like to give everyone shit. Therefore, I'm okay. No, nigga, no, you're not. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
Actual centrist.
Actual centrist.
Bro, you're being racist. No, don't you get it? I'm sexist too.
No. Right. Don't you get it? See, I call white people crackers and I call black people niggers, so it's the same. Trust me.
Bro, look.
Are y'all aware that there's like a show that Mappa's making? Never mind. I read this wrong. I read it wrong because I'm dyslexic. I was like, okay, so there's a show that Mappa's making called Listeners, right? And I haven't checked it out yet, and I'm gonna go check it out at some point. I'm sure it's fine because everything they make is fine. But I thought I had to check it out. You wanna know why? Because the fucking director, his name is Hiroaki Ando. And you know what? When you look at it from afar, it looks like Hideaki Anno. And I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I interrupted you for no reason. Continue.
You wish, Jimmy.
But it's a decent first episode.
What do y'all think of Gleipner?
I haven't even checked it out yet. What is
It's weird. No, I just think.
What is that?
So I've read the manga, so I can tell you pretty deep in like what it is.
All right.
So the main character, he's like the typical like edgy, I hate everybody, I'm alone, I sit in the back of the class kind of like main character, dark haired, whatever.
Mm-hmm.
However, it's been a minute since I read it. Basically, everyone has like these powers. They don't really know where they came from, and his power is to turn into like a fursuit, and then he gets like increased strength. And he meets this girl who's kind of like crazy, but she's hot, so who cares? And she finds out that he has this ability and like kind of blackmails him and like help me find the person who killed my sister. It's either help me find my sister or the person who killed her, since her family was killed in like a fire. And then so they find out that his ability to turn into a fursuit, she can actually go inside of him and then like actually control him. So he's a suit basically, And so they go and try to find, like, because other people have these powers. It turns out they meet, like, this guy. He calls himself an alien. He lives on the street next to a vending machine. And, like, they find this special coin. Like, insert this special coin in there. And, like, basically, if you find all these coins, you get one wish. And so now they're going through, like, this prefecture, because that's where all the coins fell out. Because he said he came from a spaceship. It exploded. Like, his body turned into coins. He's just a manifestation of it. Now find all the coins, and now you'll get a wish. And then that's kind of the plot of it. And then meet other people. It's like edgy. The quality is exactly what you think it would be. It's mid.
Not a must-watch.
Is that
cool? But
it's staticking. Or is that just me? I'm here.
Marcus.
Yeah.
What's going on with your mic, bro?
Shaving, man.
I just muted Marcus's mic. until he gets it fixed. I'm gonna unmute it now to see if it's fixed.
Yeah. I think it's his sister that actually killed her parents, and then that's why she's looking for him.
All right, I think
Spoilers.
we're good.
Yeah, you weren't gonna watch this. I'm not even gonna watch this.
Facts. That's facts. I can't even lie. I'm not gonna watch that. You got me, Jess.
Someone says Loud House is full of high folks, and then I said, but wasn't the creator outed on some shit? Wait.
Yeah, he was sexual assault. He was like actively sexually assaulting people in the Nickelodeon animation studio.
Wow.
An anime person.
Wait, wasn't the guy?
Yeah, well, you're gonna have to be a bit
wasn't
more
the guy who
specific here.
wasn't the guy who made Clarence also Me Too'd? Also Me Too'd? Like,
yeah, his was worse.
They Me Too'd that nigga too, dog. I was like, yo, what?
You can tell from watching the show.
John K.
They really did. They really did Me Too that nigga.
You know, they're saying Glipner is a better Mirai Nikki. It is, but
no, it isn't.
I thought Darwin's game was a better Mirai Nikki. Yeah.
Oh no, Glipner is better than Darwin's game. I'm gonna say that because I've read Darwin's game too. It's better.
Okay.
It's better.
Fine. I'm here's the thing, right? I like Darwin's game. I watched one episode of Glipner and I'm like, I don't care about this. This is the first anime.
I couldn't go 10 chapters into Darwin's game.
Darwin's game I could sit in for a while and just absorb the shittiness, but
it's like it's fun because the show isn't taking itself serious. You ever like
that is the
difference. Glipner's like, we have to go solve this murder mystery.
It takes itself
I don't care.
Seriously.
I don't care.
Darwin's game said she can control chains. That's her power. What the fuck can he do? I don't know. He can tell if people are lying. What about that guy? He could just fucking teleport. Darwin's game didn't give a fuck.
Darwin's game was really cool. What's the main character's power? He can literally just make anything he wants.
He makes shit. He wants a gun. He's got a gun. That's how it works.
Yeah, that's why I couldn't get with it. It's like this guy.
The coolest thing in Darwin's game is that they're like, oh, the girl can't control chains. She can just control any string-like thing.
And it's a wife. It's a metal string. If it's metal and it long, she can have it.
Kill people. Bro, it's fire. That was fire.
It was amazing, just because it was just nothing mattered. Like, oh, he's the big bad, but he could just it's like, oh, I can teleport. Oh, I can kill people just instantly if they're within 5 foot of
metal
me.
string that I'm controlling and vibrating to kill.
I feel like anime like that are just yeah.
Yeah, it's just because it doesn't give a shit.
I mean,
it's like you're either having fun or you're not, and if you're not having fun, you don't watch it.
It's that good trash.
If you're not gonna create something like at least as good as like something like Log Horizon or something, right? Just have fun then. Just have fun with what you're making.
Like if you're not gonna make the next fucking I don't know Gurren Lagann or
Log
whatever
Horizon,
the fuck.
No. Log Horizon. Let's put the lowest in. Log Horizon's great, but it's not like a masterpiece.
Yeah,
love it, but.
I guess that's I feel like Log Horizon is a pretty good marker for good, but not actually good enough to put up there.
So it's like, hey, this show is very solid. We like it, but it's not a masterpiece. No one's gonna be like, oh, Log Horizon is the greatest masterpiece of anime.
Anyone remember?
Yeah, it's like the lowest tier of ones that you'll remember. Like there's anime that you remember. Log Horizon is like right at the bottom.
I've tried to watch Log Horizon like 3 times. I've not been able to get into it, but I will do.
It is what they're saying. It's like it's in that middle level.
I will do it one
You're fine
more
missing
time.
it.
The thing about Log
I've watched seasons of Sword Art Online, but I haven't watched Log Horizon.
Log Horizon is better than Slime. Don't.
Yeah, no,
It's not as good as Slime, but it's not as bad as Sword Art
No,
Online.
it's better than Slime.
So are you talking about Hunter x Hunter? No, he didn't. No, I'm not talking about Hunter x Hunter.
No, Jimmy, the thing about Log Horizon is you need to get past.
What?
Jimmy, for Log Horizon, you need to get past the first like 3 episodes.
Really?
They're not bad,
I hate
but
that
like...
statement. I hate hearing.
But I'm right.
Gotta get
That's
past this.
No, because the thing, it's not bad, but the first 3 episodes aren't episodes. They're just like a setup. They're just narrative setups. That's it. Where it's like, oh, here's the world. Here's what's happening. Here's all the stuff going on. And until the 3rd episode, you don't really have anything truly going on in the story.
So, Jess, you said that about Log Horizon. You said that about Steins Gate. I don't know, fam.
No, Steins Gate episode 1 literally throws a gigantic thing to you, and then it's like, cool. We're not gonna address this until like maybe I don't know 7 episodes from now.
Yeah, that
Don't worry
fucked
about
me
it.
off. I could not finish Steins Gate. It was like, here's a bunch of shit, and I was like, okay, cool, thanks. And then I watched the next episode, and it's like, oh, cool, we're not going to talk about that. Okay, you're wasting my time.
No,
And I
because
just
the
stopped.
whole problem is like he doesn't he's like the whole thing is Steins Gate is that he's now in a different dimension, right? So he has no clue how the fuck to address the problem because he's like, look, no one here knows what the fuck I'm talking about, and I'll sound like a crazy person if I try and explain it. So he's just like, fuck it, I just won't explain it.
Yeah, since he is a scientist,
April O'Neil
and
is
he's
black
so cool.
in the new TMNT, right?
Yeah.
All right,
Yeah,
so
the black one.
let's talk about one more thing. I've got a bone to
Here
pick,
we go. I'm
not a bone to
ready.
pick, but like
I'm ready.
a question I have
I'm
for
so
Hollywood
ready.
and a question I have for people who
I'm
want
ready.
representation. So let me ask
No,
you.
redheads keep.
Let me ask you
We
something.
have
No.
a conversation.
I'm gonna get to. We've had it, but I want to have it again.
No. Me and Jaren have talked about how redheads keep getting turned into black.
So
You just ruined it.
regardless, yeah, Jesse, whatever. So Iris from the Flash, Iris from the Flash, motherfucking Ariel, motherfucking now April O'Neil,
Mary Jane.
Like, what is it? Okay, let me ask the white people. Do you lot respect redheads?
Half of me. I'll speak for the half of me. Fuck no.
Do you lot like? Wish you could just erase them from existence? Because I'm wondering what this is.
Listen, Jimmy,
there is a bias. I'll not lie. There is absolutely.
Why do white people hate redheads?
It doesn't make sense.
I'm telling you, they don't like them. It's just a fact. It's like you aren't the standard
they don't have souls.
white
they don't have
skin.
souls. Is that the thing?
That's it. It's like the meme of
So we're not the only ones
what's
who
the
picked
other
up on
thing
this
that white
Starfire,
people
Jimmy?
characterize as less
Starfire
than
and the
human?
Titans.
Yeah, even the
black
even
So that's how it
even
works.
redheads from other planets, dog. Like, what is going on?
Starfire, yeah.
I'm saying this. Do you think that it has anything to do with the fact
Wally
maybe
West.
this is like crazy tinfoil hat here, but aren't Irish, or at least like in like those leprechaun caricature type things, stereotype for being redheaded?
So you're saying that this is a deep state Anglo-white conspiracy to erase redheads from media?
No, what they think they're doing is swapping one minority for another minority, but they think they'll get more representation points if they swap it to black people. That's how it works.
And
That's how
and the first minority ready to and the thing is, the first thing they're ready to throw out for representation of black people is redheads.
There you go.
It's the whole entire topic, actually.
This is because in this whole in this whole wave of like new media representation for black people, I'm all with it. I'm with black people being in more stuff, but I've always been the type who definitely will look a gift horse in the mouth, because there might be fucking Greeks in there, dog, and it seems like there's some Greeks in this one. I'm serious. It seems like there's some Greeks in this one, cause like
I feel you. It's like a weird thing.
Sure, you can have one.
Cause like, what happens when there's no redhead representation and like a kid who just so happens to not like. There's still redheaded people in the world.
I guess we kill him, bro.
There's still redheaded people in the world. Like, what's going? Come on, dog. Like, I guarantee you, in half a decade, there's only one character I've noticed. In fact, actually, let me do this. Let's go deeper. Let's go deeper. Riverdale.
All the redheads are getting
calm it. Riverdale. Why is it, that they didn't make the main character? Because if they're gonna do this drugging and finessing of getting rid of every redhead in media, why is it that the man Archie stayed white, and then they went and blackface? Well, not even blackface. They just made it black. They made Josie black. No, Josie was redheaded in the original. In the Hanna-Barbera cartoon, she was
the real shitty thing. That's
in the comic books, she was redheaded too. One of the Pussycats was always black though.
Who cares?
I'm not saying no.
Why'd they make Hermione black?
Just my point. Oh yeah, also Hermione got turned into a black woman.
J.K. Rowling won the brownie points. It's honestly it's a surprise that the entire Weasley family wasn't converted.
Jimmy,
honestly, I'm surprised she didn't say Luna Lovegood was on the autistic spectrum.
Man, that would have been such easy fucking points. Why didn't J.K. Rowling was going onto Twitter and saying, "Okay, how do I get the point?"
And guys, chill, because I don't mean any of this to say that I don't like it when they race swap a redhead into a black person. I'm just saying, why that? You know what I mean? It's redheads like, okay, no, but it's just
waiting on a black being gray or something.
Here's one of the funny things with Harry Potter. J.K. Rowling's doing all these weird diversity things, but like there's one character that's gift horse to her right in the mouth. Just say Luna Lovegood had undiagnosed autism.
Wait,
that's kind of obvious already.
Yeah, I mean, why didn't she? I feel like that she just wanted to write a weird character just for the sake of. Also, I'm gonna say it because ever since I read the book, I'm gonna say it. I shipped Harry and Luna. I'm sorry.
Did you
No,
really?
oh,
Yes.
we are friends. No, Jimmy, we are friends. We really are friends. We really are friends. Wow.
I shipped Ari and
You
Luna.
gotta explain yourself. You gotta explain yourself.
Oh, really?
She's the
All
only
right.
person
So
who's nice to him.
when I was a kid, I was big on girls being nice to you, right? Because none of the girls in my school were nice to me.
I can hear in the background.
When I read,
We're off to the best start ever.
so when I read the Harry
Jimmy
Potter
grew up,
books,
and now he's into girls being mean to him.
when I read the Harry Potter books,
Yeah.
like it was just weird for a girl to be just so pleasant and polite to him, even if she was a bit,
I like
touched
her
in the
too.
head slightly. But like,
Wow.
yeah, but
I mean, he stated facts.
no, Hermione
He
was
stated
the
facts. You can hate him. He stated facts.
Wait. So does Luna Lovegood like? Sheem said
I
she
will
diagnosed
be real.
autism. I can't remember.
If I had a favorite character,
She doesn't, but like
I
she
wanna
doesn't,
get
but like
those
you could actually read it into
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Everybody.
She did her best.
pleasant.
She
I
helped
love
out the gang. She wasn't a Nazi. I'd say that's like all the points hit.
Wasn't a Nazi.
Luna Lovegood.
Ours pretty low.
That wasn't what I was in the movie.
Wait. How's my mind?
Conspiracy theorist, but
I don't remember that. All I remember is
Person in the book, like the really black girl in the book, and he had a crush on her.
Oh yeah,
I mean,
yeah.
she was
do
cute in
remember
the
that. I do
movies.
remember that.
Nah, Luna doesn't have autism, but she could actually read it into her, and I'm just saying it's probably an easy character to cast as that if she was.
She probably
going
just
direct on
does.
something.
Also, I'm so ready to okay. Let me just say this. Speaking now that we're on the Harry Potter topic, if there's any fictional universe who I'm so ready and willing to rip, kicking and screaming away from its creator, it's Harry. It's Harry Potter.
No. She can't. No, she sucks at it.
That's the
Like-
need for J.K. Rowling.
Harry Potter is.
I mean, it has.
Like, to be honest, Harry Potter has truly evolved. Like, it's the only series I'll say has evolved completely,
outside
completely
of
past the need. Because, and you know the sad part? Despite it having evolved past the need for J.K. Rowling, it's also one of the only fictional properties that's so heavily, connected at the hip to its creator. Like, J.K. Rowling she's not letting it go. She
is the Harry Potter.
Let me make you lot mad. Let me make you lot upset. The stuff that J.K. Rowling got to have a say in for those movies, that's unheard of for authors to this day. To this day,
To be able to sit so close to the director and writer's room because niggas are like, why
wait, hold on,
gay in the movies?
Wait, Jaron, what'd you say?
Yeah, I said to be so close to the writer's room and the director's seat during filming for an author of a book is like unheard of. Like the way that she was able to just say no, you can do this. Like, bro, most times they tell you they sell that script and they sell that script and they do not ask the writer for anything. Like, please go away. Like they barely asked
directors were.
They barely asked what's his name?
Hold on. Was behind the scenes than like David Yates or Alfonso Cuarón, unless you're like a real big film freak like me.
And it's nuts because they got real ones to direct those movies as well. They got actual talented folks to direct those movies, and they let that woman run roughshod on fucking set. That's nuts.
Yep, they did.
J.K. Rowling
Didn't have that
Didn't J.K. Rowling get to choose directors as well?
Yeah, she did.
She got to help in the decision making.
She was the final word on director, casting,
and casting choice.
Damn, was she really?
Yeah, she was the final word on director, casting, and basically any on-screen change.
Which is crazy.
Which is nuts.
She really has surpassed the.
For a Hollywood movie, that's crazy.
That's not. In my opinion,
the only other person who's ever had no one's had that actually. In recent memory, no one's had that.
She said her
not for American movies.
She said her grip on that IP is gonna last long past her death plus 70 years. You wanna know why? I don't even believe that because J.K. Rowling is the type of person. J.K. Rowling is the type of person to make what's the word? An estate. She's the type of person to be like the Rowling estate.
Also, Jimmy, Warner Brothers has a stake in that now. They're not gonna just be like, here's your fucking property.
So I guarantee
they're gonna do the Disney thing.
They're gonna do the fucking Disney thing where they rebuy the rights again to extend it, and they can extend
what Disney does is so Disney did this to stop Mickey Mouse from going into public thing. They have essentially these court cases to continuously keep delaying it. So Mickey's never going to be in public domain.
And you know what, right? If all you need to get Mickey Mouse in the public domain at this point is the right judge and the right lawyer to take Disney to task. That's all. You could. I'm so fucking serious. You could make a civil suit at this point. You can make a civil suit and say it's unconstitutional based on copyright law that Disney still has the IP to their character, that it infringes on free speech rights. You could easily do that. I'm not gonna do it because, like, who wants to take the mouse away from the House of Mouse?
Assassinate that. Who wants to try? But you want Bob
from the company so big it owns 40% of the film industry.
Yeah, nah, no thanks. Like you go do that on your own.
But Jimmy, no.
Do you want me to strike? Hey, do you want me to strike?
Not only is that difficult, that's
fear
like
into your heart.
Like, imagine the lawyer taking on that case. Who doesn't?
No, they would die. No, because you have to remember this. It's not just Disney. Like Warner Brothers won't let a Bugs Bunny go into like
Oh yeah, they won't. You're right.
So like you're fighting the entire film industry because you have to fight Warner Brothers, Universal, and Disney.
And go to war with the whole film industry. Oh, that kind of
sounds. Didn't J.R.R. Tolkien have to fight tooth and nail to get the rights for The Hobbit and Lord of the Rings away from Universal after what they did with it?
And mind you, that's Universal. Yeah. Compared to Disney, Universal's like compared to Disney, right? If Disney is Juha Bach, Universal is motherfucking Renji.
Doesn't Disney own Universal?
They're like the bounce. No.
Yeah, they're like Jin Carrier. Universal's like Jin Carrier. Like that's the difference.
No, like here's the thing. Warner Brothers is like Eisen, and then like you have like Juha Bach just in the wick, which is just Disney.
Yeah, pretty much.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Who would you want to own the face of, Who would you want to own the face of Monopoly? You know what? In my opinion, if someone has to, Bandai.
Me.
Yeah, keep it aside.
I don't.
Say what you will. Even though it would very much be a here's the new boss, same as the old, but like it would be way cooler. It would at least be cool. We'd get cooler shit. Lie and say we wouldn't get cooler shit.
Wait, to own the
what if there was a modern reboot of Harry Potter?
Somebody said if someone were to like be the face of Monopoly now, I say Bandai. Not that I like Bandai. Not that I like Bandai, but like, you know, I would definitely prefer them over Disney.
What if Nintendo?
Be like how Disney operated before Bob Iger.
Let me tell you something.
Well, no,
you lot seem to think, all of you lot that love saying Nintendo. Let me tell you something about Nintendo.
Never mind.
I was about to pull receipts because you lot forget that there was a time before 2011 when Nintendo was were reigning kings.
No. Literally less than like 6 months ago, less than a year ago, before Smash came out, they were copyrighting everything.
Okay, not even that, guys. Every single Nintendo fan game has been taken down. Sega literally comments on the YouTube video, "Hey man, this is really great work."
You couldn't even upload a video for Nintendo content.
Made a
ones that were
game.
competing with work that they're putting out.
Someone said
hired Sonic fans to make Sonic Mania.
That's them. Okay, I get what you mean. I refer to the mouse as the face of Monopoly, but right. Okay, so who, if Disney no longer had Mickey to lean, Sora, easy.
No.
Try.
No.
Yeah.
Don't lie like that. Don't speak like that when they own every
character?
Who's a Disney character?
Any of them.
Who's a Disney character?
McDonald's?
No,
bro.
Who's a Disney character that they invented who could rival the dominance?
McDonald's next in popularity.
Guys, there's an easy one. Oswald, the original fucking.
Wait, you lot seem to forget. No, when we come for the mouse, we're coming for his little crew as well. Oh, I'm sorry. We're coming for his little crew as well.
Jimmy, Oswald predates Mickey. He was supposed to be the first mascot, but he
you lot seem to forget how IP works. No. When someone says they're making Mickey Mouse public domain, they mean Mickey Mouse and all associated characters. Yeah.
Even Oswald, who isn't associated with Mickey.
Yeah.
In fact, let me tell you.
He's an epic Mickey.
No. Think of it this way. If they were on the TV show, Toon Disney show House of Mouse, that is a Mickey Mouse IP. If they were in House
I
of
don't know if
Mouse, they were
Oswald
Mickey
was
Mouse.
on House of Mouse.
That's
I
like
don't think they had the IP back.
that's like all the Disney characters. What do you
Yeah,
mean?
exactly. It's a Mickey Mouse IP.
Okay, I
So
get it.
let me
So then everything.
Let me also put one.
Yeah,
let me also put one
Yeah,
more
go
thing in perspective, yeah. Because
Of
so
course
so,
it's
so you don't understand this. Like when I don't know, when Fox bought the rights to X-Men, they didn't just buy the X-Men. They bought.
They buy X-Men's entire rogue
No,
gallery,
no, you
everything.
don't get it. It goes beyond
They
that.
bought the rights to
They
mutants.
bought the
like
right to
Marvel
mutants.
content.
Exactly. They bought the right to the term mutants. To the concept
Why
of
would
mutants.
Disney change their mascot if if Mickey went into public domain? They just keep using it.
Yeah, they would. They would.
Like you know how much behind the scenes our ideas had to be scrapped because of rights issues between the films and the show. Like they were going to do a whole Suicide Squad 3-part, but Warner said no because we had to get that film done. And they had to scrap the entire back half of the third season to do that.
Jesus, someone said coming for the Rat Pack.
So if Mickey and his crew became public domain, Disney would still be using Mickey. What would that change, really?
It would change. It would.
Everyone could use Mickey.
First of all, everyone could use Mickey. But second of
Yeah,
all,
so,
it would
okay.
finally start changing like monopolies on things. Like it would be the beginning of dismantling Disney as an entity. If they lose the mouse, it would be the beginning of that.
Not gonna lie,
Really?
I'm not gonna go further than that.
I think so,
I'm not gonna go further than that because I would say because dismantling the mouse is part of dismantling. Because I would go further and say it would be a big blow to capital in and of itself.
Might be the beating heart.
It'll be like a big slap, not like a stab.
I feel like it wouldn't change anything.
That's why I said it'll be like a. It'll be like
more people can do what Disney did was take some public domain characters and make popular franchises off of them.
Yeah.
Already popular, so you can now make a Mickey Mouse movie.
Imagine a Mickey Mouse movie directed by. Imagine a Mickey Mouse movie with Mickey Mouse and friends directed by Masaki Yuasa. That could happen.
No, Jimmy. Here's the thing: if they're in public domain, then Nomura no longer has to listen to Disney's bullshit demands for Kingdom Hearts.
Yo, wait, that's actually real. Imagine if you think about it, the moment Mickey Mouse goes public domain, if it does, Kingdom Hearts becomes a very different series.
No, because like after this, Nomura has to run everything he does.
Sora and Kairi can finally have sex.
No, in fact, the reason
Wait, he still wouldn't have complete rights to Sora though.
Nomura said it himself. The thing that took the longest with KH3,
Square owns the rights to Sora.
I'll say this: the thing that took the longest with Kingdom Hearts 3, Nomura said it himself, was squaring all the rights with Disney. That was the longest part of dev time.
Yep.
That was what most of the dev time was like focused on. It wasn't focused on making the game. It was just them waiting around to say if what they were doing was okay with Disney. That was really what dev time was about. Can you imagine?
Sure, they must have had many ideas too, and Disney's like, nah, you're not doing that.
Planet World.
That's why. No, I'm sure. No, Remind guys? I guarantee you, Remind was the original ending. Remind was the original ending, but Disney probably didn't want that.
I haven't played it. What's the ending for Remind?
Basically, Sora. Okay, so you know how Sora went slightly back in time to save everyone. Mm-hmm. He goes back in time.
Somehow he did. Yeah.
He goes back in time.
No, it's power of waking.
Yeah, so you know at the very end when he like disappears and it's like, oh, you might have to lose a buddy. Okay, so Remind is you playing that part where he goes back in time again. But this, that's essentially that. But the end of Remind is what I think was actually supposed to be in the original game. But I think the reason, I have it in my gut that when it comes time for Disney to do the whole Kingdom meeting with Square Enix, they don't want to hear anything about Final Fantasy characters. Because one thing I've noticed about Kingdom Hearts 3 was it felt like the most a Kingdom Hearts game has ever been like a commercial for Disney.
Yeah,
it really did.
Especially when you do.
That's why I hate it.
That's why I've never been able to play those games.
Here's a Final Fantasy game with a Disney.
Kingdom Hearts 1 has heart. It really does.
Kingdom Hearts 2 does too.
Yeah,
it's Kingdom Hearts,
but it's free. Is the third one? The third one has good gameplay, especially with the update. But it's just I don't know something about
you can literally feel how much.
I think I tweeted out that Kingdom Hearts 3 feels like a Disneyland attraction half the time.
Mm-hmm.
Wait. Think about it. Think that you're like, imagine you're Disney, right? Do you want to have any of your properties working as promotion for any other person?
No.
No, it's just...
Yeah, like their logic is going to be, our character is going to be promoting, what's his name? Cloud, which means he has a new game. They're gonna make money without paying us. We don't want the character.
Hearts 2 is that rare moment.
Wait. Pull up. Say again.
So
you lot, everyone's cutting out for some reason. What's going on?
So I was gonna say, so people buy the game, people buy the expansion pass, they get the DLC. The DLC can have Final Fantasy characters because they already gave Disney their money.
Hey, that's literally what I said. That's what I said. That like.
Well,
early.
here's the thing. If you pay attention, like from what I understand, the expansion doesn't really like do anything crazy with the Disney characters, which means they don't have to go to Disney. They can now do everything else.
No, yeah, like I think the reason why the expansion has so few like connections to Disney is because like that's
because
for them
they don't have to.
They don't have to. They've already fulfilled the. I've noticed something like maybe DLC provides like a safe haven for certain creative endeavors, because in a lot of cases I feel like a contract is struck up and what is in the final game is in the final game, but what's in the DLC is up to the devs.
So you bring that up. I feel that way with Doom Eternal in a sense, with Bethesda and the IP of Doom. So having played it, some stuff is really lacking with the story. A lot of open-ended, and like there's going to be 2 DLC expansions for the story. You know.
Yeah.
In that, I don't think there's going to be any fluff that Bethesda wanted in there.
And that's the thing. I think that's a very big. Like as
Persona 5 Royale as well. Like I think that's partially acting as a bridge to Scramble.
Well, no, Atlas. Here's the thing. Atlas always remakes their games. You have like Fez, you have Golden, you have Royale.
And only Atlas owns Persona, really. Atlas and Sega.
Yeah.
That's the
Sega owns Atlas.
That's the cool thing about that. Okay, so a lot of these, especially the JRPG makers, their parent companies own the IP and the studio, so it's like they get to just
but I don't think Sega's messing. I don't think Sega's messing around with anything like.
Sega's real lenient.
Sega's only lenient because
they have no choice but to be lenient.
Yeah, Sega's only.
On the community.
Let's not get it twisted, y'all. Sega's only lenient because they're not making as much money. If they're making Disney money, they would not be lenient.
No. Let me tell you something. If they were making Nintendo money, they would not be lenient either. Because mind you, Nintendo was not lenient.
Yeah, I don't know. Sega has a different culture than Nintendo. Because like their first studio was in America, like in California.
Yeah,
like they might have a different outlook on things than Nintendo, just based on that.
The first studio was not in America.
Wasn't it?
No.
Wasn't their first studio like their primary studio in California?
Let me see, because I know Sega's one of those companies. Sega's one of those companies that started out as a Yakuza plan.
What the fuck?
Yeah, Sega's one of those companies.
Yeah, one of those companies. I get you. What the fuck?
No.
A lot of companies are like that in Japan.
Yakuza Baby Daddy or something.
Not Sonic, but Sega.
Oh wait, no, never mind. I don't think it was Sega.
So wait, was that why the Yakuza games are so nice to the Yakuza?
Oh,
the Yakuza.
Oh no,
the Yakuza approved the Yakuza.
No, the Yakuza games are made by a former Yakuza.
Yeah.
Yeah, because like
the director,
I know
the director was a Kyodai.
Yeah. That's why the
and he
games are so
knows
nice.
like Takeshi Kitano.
Wait, what?
Yeah, the director of the Yakuza games knows Takeshi Kitano.
Which is like
And wasn't Persona made by an incel? Like the 3 and 4.
What's going on?
Was Persona made by an incel? Let me look up.
3 and 4. Like the dude said he couldn't talk to a woman until he became an adult.
That's most men who like anime.
Yeah, that's most Japanese.
That's not necessarily incel. That's just people in this voice call.
So Persona 3, the director was
Fuck you, nigga. Also, no, the director.
They hated him
not
for
the
he
actual
told them
writer
the
for
truth.
stuff.
Damn right, I'm an incel.
Wait, so apparently there's Katsura. Okay. So okay, now it is ruining my brain. Apparently, the person who wrote, not only is the person who wrote D. Gray Man a woman, but she has the exact same name as the director of Persona.
Yeah,
that's
Katsura Hashino.
Yeah,
I caught up all of the Gray Man, by the way. Like it's nuts.
Oh my days. So basically, this Katsura Hashino guy, you're saying he was an incel until he started making the Persona games.
No, like what happened was there was an interview with him, and he said he couldn't imagine having a fully formed friendship with a woman until he was an adult. He was an adult.
Well, I mean, that's because he probably wasn't around many.
Also, you're a developer in Japan. I don't know if you have like free time.
That's not true. That you see, I disagree because there's plenty of these studios are not.
Jimmy,
these studios are not
100%.
Huh? Oh, it's for
they
Atlas.
They didn't have money until recently.
I think
they were working the developers into the ground.
Where is Story 4 about like former idol?
Because I was just gonna say that like the Japanese, like especially the tech industry in Japan, it's not as like male dominated as you would imagine. Like
Jimmy, again, but we are also talking about Atlas.
Y'all know
again, until Persona 3 was a small studio where they worked their people into the ground for the Shin Megami Tensei series.
Wasn't the person in charge of like art direction at Arc System? Isn't the person one of the people in charge of art direction for the games at Arc System Works a woman? Like she was on stage with the DBZ like people like showing them.
No. I think director for Dragon Ball might be.
He was the producer, actually.
Really?
Yeah, producer at some of the top directors for Dragon Ball.
Yeah, so it's like those companies are not as male dominated as you would think. Like,
quite a few Sega games have female workers in them, like Bayonetta.
Again,
designer was a woman.
Wait, yeah, isn't the person who designed Bayonetta, the character, the one that everyone says is such a sexist icon, but like she's
a woman.
The person who designed that was a woman. It's kind of weird.
Yeah, no. Also, again,
all the characters.
Women can be sexist too.
Yes, I know women can be sexist too, but I mean, what's the difference between drawing?
She's a pretty hot woman
What's
too.
the difference between drawing a woman for her to be sexy in the form of empowerment, which is Bayonetta, and drawing a woman for her to be sexy in the form of titillation, which is literally everything else? Like, come on.
You have to, look at it with a feminist critical lens, and you know what?
That is a critical.
I don't have the time for that right now.
Yeah, there is a critical lens you can look at it with, and I'm saying even with the critical lens, like Bayonetta passes. So.
Yeah, Bayonetta embraces her sexiness. Like she is, that's her power. That's a part of her power. Like she won't let anybody knock her down for it.
Oh my
I mean, it all really comes down to the consequences and how Bayonetta is perceived in the wider culture.
Even then,
is she perceived the way
can you view her? Can you view Bayonetta as anything other than powerful if you know about the series?
I mean, hey man, a lot of fans are liars. They just complain about shit they don't know about.
You have to ask the people who played the games, right?
In that case, like really, then any character, like you could say, especially anime characters, if you're looking at how the society perceives them, then creepy and weird, you know.
I mean, okay, so I don't know.
That's why
because I'm not
morality of that kind of representation, not the representation itself. A lot of the time,
I'm not gonna be the guy who says anime's never had a good female character. I'm not gonna do what Nia does when she's talking about
hey
this
man,
stuff.
Fullmetal Alchemist exists. Jimmy, Fullmetal Alchemist exists. Therefore, that's a lot.
Yeah, where's Nia?
I mean, so y'all's like, where's Nia? Yo, shut up.
No, yeah, even if you got Nia here, she wouldn't just Fullmetal Alchemist, bro.
Yeah, Fullmetal Alchemist.
Or Doro.
I still think Yoko is a decent character.
That's how both of those are written by women.
Wow, the stream chat is moving at a good pace. Let me read what some of these people. Yo, the director of Yakuza came to contact by the Yakuza after Super Monkey Ball, right? Super Monkey Ball, look, yeah, Yakuza movie director.
Super Monkey Ball is dope.
I love Super Monkey Ball.
Yeah.
Good ass game.
You could see the Yakuza influence in Super Monkey Ball. I don't know what you're
so
saying.
Why is the Japanese games industry more infinitely interesting than the American one?
Because
the American one is just people who just failed film school.
Yeah, the American games industry is people who failed film school and people who want to put their coding knowledge to work. The Japanese games industry is all just former Yankees. When I say Yankees, I mean delinquents. Like it's just a bunch of former
Yakuza.
Yeah, former delinquents, Yakuza, like
crazy people, crazy people, all of them crazy, insane.
Because remember, otaku media for the longest time was looked at like, who's doing that? And obviously, it's the outcasts, the rejects, the motherfucking.
Meanwhile.
Like, have you not seen a high school pic of Hideki Kamiya? Please, hold on.
Yeah.
Have you not seen a high school pic of Hideki Kamiya?
That was fucking insane, but it's awesome.
That motherfucker looks like,
Have you seen Suda 51?
Oh, he had it.
That motherfucker looked like a.
He looked like a fucking badass. I'm
like
sorry.
Actual
like there's very few human beings who can pull that look off, and he's doing it.
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
Let me put this shit on. Let me put this shit on the stream real quick.
Oh damn.
Make it the picture. Just make it the picture every time.
I'm gonna put it in front.
Beautiful.
Transition. Right. Look at him. Look at that man. Go to the stream and see what he looks like. Go look at him. He's just vibing. Just being.
Is it showing? It's not for me.
No. It's gonna show in like a few seconds. It's gonna show in a few seconds on stream.
Stream is delayed by like 15 seconds.
Yeah.
He is a fucking.
Look at him.
Bro,
so
it's gonna show up on stream in a little bit. So like you lot, like it is on stream now. But like God, just look at this.
This makes sense. No, it makes sense. It makes perfect sense.
It's like you're gonna make fun of me for liking anime. I'll beat the shit out of you.
No, compare him to Neil Druckmann.
You know what gets me? You know what gets me the most? It's the fact that he's just Cochin posted up with his mom, looking real nice right there. God bless him.
And his mom's in the pink dress.
Yeah. God bless him.
No,
Dog.
Jimmy, no, Jimmy, compare that to Neil Druckmann.
Who?
Jimmy, I like that you don't even know any Western developers at all.
Yeah.
I know a few.
Why would I?
Who the fuck is Neil Druckmann? What does this dude do?
He wrote the last He's one of the top people inside of fucking.
What?
Alright, Neil Druckmann. What's he?
There's very few Western developers I know and like.
Oh, okay. Neil Druckmann. He's a Naughty Dog developer. Okay, so Jak 3,
Yes.
Jak X Combat.
Jesus Christ.
Jak X Combat
Biggest played all
Racing.
his games.
Yeah, so he didn't even make the good Jak games.
Combat Racing isn't bad.
He didn't even make the good. He made The Lost Frontier. Fuck off. And he wrote
There's such thing as a good Jak game. Anyway.
What? What'd you say? What'd you say, y'all?
Y'all.
What'd you say, y'all?
There's no such thing as a good Jak
Fuck
game.
off. Fuck you, y'all.
Yeah,
Jak 2 is a classic.
You're going too far, y'all.
Jak 2 is pretty hard.
Can we just say how weird of a sequel Jak 2 is?
Okay.
2's great.
Okay.
That's so good. Where you at though?
I won't lie. There has never been a series that has gone from 0 to 100 in such a crazy way as from Jak 2 to Jak 2. That shit went 0 to 100 so quick. Like, what the fuck?
Jak realized.
The first words he says is, "I'm gonna kill Praxis."
Yeah.
I'm saying this as somebody who loves the first game was one of his favorite games ever.
Man,
it was a change of
way more delinquent energy than
it was a change. It was
devolved.
Jak is a perfect example of change of the media of gaming in of itself. Like if you just look at it,
if you
platformer
look at
to whatever the fuck Jak 2 is, platformer, shooting, action, adventure, open world, GTA ripoff.
It's still such a unique game.
Staggering.
I enjoyed it.
No, but
the way the gunplay works with all your moves is so sick.
I feel like Jak and Daxter as a series is still like a series that can't happen today. At least not on that scale. Because you can't. If you drugged people the way they did from Jak 1 to Jak 2, like today,
the whiplash.
If you drug people like that the way they like today, you would be trending on Twitter for a week. Like
in The Last of Us 2, you realize
you can do so if the game gets better.
Yeah,
and he controls it.
I'm sorry. Are they trying to?
Oh God,
yeah, this is a take, bro. This is a take. What?
What's the take?
Have you heard about what the voice actor of what's the guy in The Last of Us again? The main character of the first game. What he said about
who's been accused of sexism this time?
Oh.
What is this bullshit? Okay. So Jimmy, so Trump apparently, right? He can't deal with how the pandemic's making him look. So he's saying this is Obama's fault, bro. Why wasn't he prepared for this 3 years after? This is great. I love this nation. I love everything about it. Great nation, bro. Beautiful world. Beautiful world. There's nothing wrong with this nation at all.
That steering wheel, like.
No, I mean he's right. He's right though. Obama should have prepared for this, Bush should have prepared for this.
What do you mean? They should have prepared for this. They wrote the Constitution. There should be a bit in that says coronavirus bad. That's what the fuck.
No. As soon as we entered this modern society, we should have prepared for a pandemic.
Hey guys, chill. Is Uncharted Lost Legacy like? Is that like?
Is it?
Is that like
Okay.
is that like a
It's
real
DLC.
Uncharted game, or is it like?
It's
something?
like
No,
DLC.
okay, Jimmy, here's the thing. It's DLC for Uncharted 4 that gets split off into a real game because it's like a 20-hour. It's fine. You're playing as what's her name from Uncharted 2 and the black girl from Uncharted 4.
It's expanded DLC.
Oh, so you're playing as two women of color, and you're actually doing a cool story in the jungle.
Yeah, that's it.
It looks pretty.
Okay. Power to it.
It was originally just a DLC, but then they spun it off to an actual game because they're like, oh, this is 20 hours. We can sell this for like $30. So
to be honest, I like Chloe from Uncharted 2. She was a cool character. She was probably my favorite. She's probably my favorite Uncharted character. Not gonna lie.
Then you're probably gonna enjoy the movie, then, bro. Also, back to what I'm saying, Obama should have stopped 9/11, bro.
Oh yeah. Someone spinning silver. Someone said, yeah, fucking. Was it Troy Baker who said, please keep an open mind about the Last of Us 2? That game is gonna make so many people mad, and I'm so happy because I don't care. I do not care about The Last of Us. That whole franchise is so dumb.
Jimmy, the beauty is that niggas are thinking. Niggas thought that they got LGBT representation when I'm like, nigga, they're going to kill the girlfriend. You already know she's gonna die. Have fun with this, bro.
Oh,
She's gonna die like in the first chapter.
Have we seen any No More Heroes 3 gameplay?
No, not.
Jimmy, that's not in development anymore, bro. Coronavirus.
Shut up.
Shut
up.
Jimmy,
saw like a little bit in that trailer.
Jimmy, they have stopped the development of 90% of games and anime. You think they're gonna fucking develop No More Heroes? The only thing I know that's still in development is Cyberpunk, which I don't even know how the fuck they're still in development.
It's Poland.
Very slowly.
They don't give a fuck. They'll kill their developers.
You know how many indie games?
Isn't it nuts
do you know
how?
how many
Isn't it
indie
nuts how
games
the
have been
process
made on Discord?
Isn't it nuts how the process of making video games happens entirely on a computer? And what can you do with computers, Jesse? You can take them home. And you want to know the cool thing about being home?
Jimmy,
look at Hat in Time.
Pause, Jimmy. If you're a multi-billion-dollar corporation, do you trust your employees not to leak the fucking work they're doing from their house?
Not really.
They're gonna get work done because their job depends on
if
it.
they leak it, you fire them. If they want to lose that job in this economy, let them leak.
I mean, it's not like
they're still held by NDAs and contracts they have signed to say they won't leak it.
You can still get sued during a pandemic.
Jimmy,
it's not like it's hard to leak that even if you have it at work anyway. You stick, like, just take it home and leak it.
You have people there who are probably going to say you. Second thing, you do
not
not the data that they're pause, but the data that they have.
Anyway.
I mean, not everybody gets it, but remember, the data that they're transferring over is like literally like hundreds of gigabytes of data that would take hours across like decent internet. Like, oh, let me just like transfer you 400 gigabyte data.
You don't think
it's just gonna take longer? It's just gonna take longer then.
They're not gonna leak the whole game. Just like...
I mean, did it kill a lot?
No,
of
CG
good
Projekt Red. I
series,
think
or
they
just a lot
can
of
still make
series you wanted to
Cyberpunk because
see?
they were essentially supposed to be done. They're just doing testing now. The
It
game's
didn't-
essentially already coded.
It didn't kill them. It just put them on hold.
I mean, why don't you just put up a
Now,
PS4 and just release a few
a lot of these
patches?
hits are going to be dead because a lot of studios are going to lose a lot of money. And that's going to fuck the entire thing. They're going to have to cut a lot of games and fire a lot of people.
No.
Why don't you just release it on PS1? A bunch of patches.
Also, we are. By the way, we're an hour into this shit, or like what, 2 hours, hour and a half, 90 minutes. We are still accepting donations. NINEOUH90 on Cash App and also
Jimmy,
the Super
bro.
Chat.
Oh, this is why we're streaming. Okay.
Yeah,
I mean,
this is why we're streaming.
I mean, not the only reason we're streaming. We stream for a lot.
Hard times, man.
Huh?
It's hard times.
Hey, man.
Hard times.
These are hard
Got a
times.
hard on. Jimmy's got a hard on for the hard time.
Yo, I know you got that
And,
truck tag, bro.
if you're wondering what my
I
Cash
get.
App is,
Hey,
you
nigga,
can
I'm an
Cash App
immigrant.
me at-
I'm an immigrant. I ain't get shit. I know y'all got that Trump check. if 12, I know y'all got that
Goddamn
Trump
right,
check.
nigga.
Yeah.
Niggas goddamn right.
I'm a motherfucking immigrant, dog. Plus, I don't fit on the taxes they filed for that shit. So, you know, it's what it is. What it is.
You
It's only
goddamn
like
right.
£400. That's come on, Boris. Give us.
Wait, did Boris? What you said? Wait, was the stimulus for London for England 400?
Oh, I mean that's universal credit.
Oh,
I didn't
okay,
get
yeah.
shit. What the fuck? You guys are getting paid?
It said I'll get paid next month.
You didn't say shit to me. Where's my email?
England is fucked.
My sister said I should get the stimulus check, but I'm in the military. I really doubt it. I am on salary.
Damn.
No, everyone's
what's it like?
we'll see.
What's it like?
You might not get it.
being-
Don't worry, I've been good. Financially, I've been fine. I've been exactly
Oh,
the same.
Trump's money. So it's Trump's
You
money.
fight with your life
money.
and they do you
Is the
raw.
military as shitty as they say it is? Because I 100% think it is.
All right, so okay, in my 6 years being in, I say that I'm doing it and not enjoy it, but it is very good in the sense
Leo,
of the benefits.
do you have a
I
Dodge
never
Charger?
have to worry about my pay in hours. Sometimes I can go home at 2 because I have nothing to do and everyone else is, and I still get paid exactly the same. And I went to work at 8:30.
So salary
you know?
pay. Also, Leo, do you have a Dodge Charger or a Camaro?
I don't have either of those because I'm not
the fuck are you in the
the
military?
dumbass with my money. All right, you know I got a used car for $8,000, and now no.
What is the
no,
no.
You know what that went into? That went into my savings and my TSP. Okay, that's what I went into, and I still have extra money because I'm not paying $700 a month for my fucking car.
Leo, okay, one, don't they just give you a free Camaro or like give you like $18,000 like some credit?
No.
I'm 90% sure they have literally military programs with GMC. And
so look at this. Look at this. I could get it. I could afford that. I could getting a Camaro and paying the extra $700 a month just for the car, plus another, whatever, $200, $300 for the insurance. Since I'm a male underneath 25 and I'm in the military, which raises my insurance, even if I go with USAA. That's $1,000 a month for my car.
That's nuts because it's like, okay, wait.
Pause. Why would a Chevrolet cost you $700 a month?
So
that's still crazy
if we're getting a Corvette, that's how much my buddy.
No, not Corvette. Camaro, like the 30K.
Oh, Camaro.
Camaro or Charger, which are like 30K. Yeah, those are like $300 to $500. I'm like $700. I'm like, whoa, you're not getting.
I was thinking what my buddy pays for his Corvette.
Okay, no, I'm not trying to tell you get a Corvette. I'm not trying to bank it, but like a Camaro.
Yeah.
So let me ask because I've always been very, very curious. So you're Marines, right?
No, I am in the U.S. Army.
Your Army. So this is even better. All right, cool. Because actually, a lot of my Army friends made a joke about this, but I want to know: do you get like a choice of what car they're gonna give you for your service, or do they all give you Dodge Chargers?
Okay. They do not give us cars. Like literally. So if you join the military, you're going active duty, and you live in, like, say, for example, I live in Washington State. They're going to send you to Texas. They give you like 2 weeks to pack up your shit, get ready to go, say goodbye to your family, and spend time with them. All right, you move. You're going to go there. You don't have shit there. All right. So ahead of time, you gotta call fucking a dealership and get whatever you can get, or you can get it when you get there, get rides from someone at unit. Whatever, you get a car. People get those because they can afford them. That's why. You can afford them if you manage your money.
Those aren't cheap, but those aren't cheap cars to either, though.
They're like 30K.
I know, a Dodge Charger and a Camaro. They aren't, but that's what everybody gets. I don't know why.
No,
that's what everybody gets.
That's nuts to me because those are not cheap cars. I wanted to know because when I was at Valley Forge, right? When I was at Valley Forge, one of my friends who was in basic was basically like, yeah, they basically practically give you a Dodge Charger for finishing basic, and I'm like, is that for real? Is that why so many people have them? And I now realize that was a joke because someone else was like, yeah, no, they don't give you a car per se, but a lot of people just have those cars for some reason.
I'm gonna tell you, dog.
You want to know what's funny about the Dodge Charger people in the Army?
What?
I think someone in game development heard that joke. Because if you play the Defiance MMO, available on PC and PSN and Xbox, you can unlock a mount that is just an apocalypse-ready Dodge Charger.
Yeah.
And on top of that, every human in the game has at some point been a member of the U.S.
Yo, that's nuts.
Yeah, so that makes sense if they you can be in the reserves and do whatever job you want,
Okay.
You can be a game developer and still be in the reserves.
Okay, so from what I understand, they get like a massive rebate if they get a Dodge Charger because they have a deal with the military.
I don't know about that, but I do know that whenever I went to go on base, I see a bunch of Chargers.
So
I'm guessing what someone in the military told my dad. Like, I used to have a veteran who lost his arm. I'm like, he said they give him massive rebates when he goes to like Dodge or Chevy.
So I have a couple friends who graduate. So a lot of people who go to Valley Forge, essentially, you do your time there and you become a butter bar as soon as you're done, which is, in my opinion, kind of not good. But you know, I can't tell America how to run its military, but like the point though. When I say butter bar, I mean like lieutenant. Like that's you basically just become you just get like you become a
OCS.
Yeah, basically like you become a lieutenant right after graduating, and it's like I always used to think, do the people who go through basic, right, and like are from poor families and Lord knows where, when these fuckheads who I'm going to school,
I know where you're going with this.
Yeah, when these fuckheads who I'm going to school with end up having to be in charge of those folks' lives, like,
and they come to our unit and then they act like they know it more than we do, and then they end up on their asses the moment they tell us to leave them. Oh, dude, there's a whole culture behind
this. A whole culture behind. Yeah, I wanted to know what it's like on the other end. I just want to know what it's like.
So, a saying is like, find your lieutenant, kind of. You know, I'm like an E5, and like someone would say, find your lieutenant. You know, lieutenant officers, they're like a whole other different level.
Oh yeah, no, I agree. Yeah, I know that much. Yeah,
it's like, because a lieutenant is basically a well-educated private. Like they are smart, but they aren't army smart. They aren't military smart. They don't know the rules, regulations. They don't know the culture.
So it's a private that can do calculus.
Basically,
essentially, that's it.
Oh, that's basically what I was going to school with. Holy shit!
They come in, they think they know everything about the military, but then they learn very quickly by the other officers who are more experienced and maybe did the same route as them, because there are officers who were enlisted. They went to basic. They went through the whole rigmarole, and they were in for years.
I feel like those are real officers, in my opinion.
They are in more of a sense like. So when you become a captain, even like whatever way you went in, you are an army captain in the way that you know the army now. You know the military now. You are familiar with it. You are real in there. However, as you're making it up to that rank, if you went through, you know, how you're saying, through school, you're learning, right? And if you're enlisted going through becoming an officer, you already know, you know, and it makes it a lot easier to go through those first two ranks, second lieutenant, first lieutenant, in the army at least, you know. I'll say though, officers, there is like a little bit of a prejudice towards them.
I know, I already know about all of the little prejudices and like the fact that every single person who's not enlisted is a fucking pogue. Like everyone who's not enlisted is a fucking pogue. Armchair generals, all these motherfucking folks. I already know.
Okay, Jimmy, let me very quickly to you. Let me say your thing.
No, I just know that like from when I was at Valley Forge.
Let Leo say his thing.
Leo, continue.
I was just gonna say that infantry people who became go up to E7s and go into become officers, they're the real one. Like remember, like imagine a captain that was former infantry, they know everything. They're not only are they smart, they're battle hardened. Like those are the real ones.
So what's your classification right now?
Right now I'm an E5.
You're E5, right? So when you're like, okay, so when are you enlisted or not enlisted?
That's enlisted.
All right.
E is enlisted.
Yeah. So when you're like at E7, how do folks treat you?
So when you're in E7, how it goes in units is that, so you have your MOS, you know, your job. Say you're a cook, your supply, you're a mechanic, you're your intel, whatever. Where you go, you moved every 2 years based on your rank. Say if you're an E4, you're in a slot in a unit, and then you turn to an E5. You're no longer in the E4 slot. They got to move you somewhere else that does have an E5 slot for your job. So once you become an E7, certain positions exist for your job. So for me, an E7, that would be an S4 manager, basically. So there's supply sergeants up to E6. But once I turn to an E7, I got to be a supply sergeant, and not supply sergeant, S4 sergeant. And that's more of a pogue job where you're at your desk, you're sending information out to your down traces, and then getting it back and sending it up to battalion and brigade. So that's definitely a desk job. So that's the only insight I can give you is that once you're an E7, everyone treats you like that. You're an E7. You deserve the respect of an E7 because you managed to make it to that rank, go through all of the trials and tribulations that takes. But you're also a desk worker. So you may not know as much in the field stuff unless you're up on both that and your regular job. So that's how I would explain it. Because that's what my first line leader is. That's who my supervisor is he's an E7. And I'd say he's really knowledgeable in my job, but is he so knowledgeable in the basic army stuff? Not so much, because the stuff we learned in basic, he's kind of forgotten because he's been in for so long.
Also, isn't basic just school with running? Like,
no.
Is it not?
No, it's not.
That's what someone tried to explain. Like,
that's AIT. That's advanced individual training. What basic is taking a normal civilian and molding them, at least when I went, into a soldier. So you are on very strict times. You are not a person really anymore. You're now with the drill sergeant box.
It's basically taking all those things that make you say, "Oh, fuck that shit. I don't want to do that," and getting rid of it.
You no longer have that choice. They take away your phone, take away your contact with the outside world. You are now ours. Say if I'm the drill sergeant, and I'm going to drill into you. I'm going to beat into you. You're going to learn what it is like being in this military. Say if it's the Army, Marines, whatever. That's how it was when I went. How is it now? It has gotten more lenient. All right, I hear people get their phones on the weekends now. I didn't get that shit. I didn't get any leeway like that. They can't touch the soldiers anymore. I didn't get that shit.
Now that you explain it that way, I can guarantee you that that's like they do a miniature version of that at every military college. Like for the first month you're there.
I'm sure.
Yeah, they do.
Yeah, because you have to, like, the trumpet rings, get up. You have to do a formation in front. Now you have to do your physical exercise. And we did that every single day.
Before you sleep, you stand. Before you sleep, you have to stand for taps.
Well, yeah. They would have formation. So it's like how a day would go in basic is that you'd basically be up at like 4:30, so it can be ready by 5. And then at 5 you go outside. You're ready at 5:15, and then you start doing PT until like 6:30. And it's always different every day. Sometimes there's like the same exercise from a few days ago. And then once you're done with that, you go and you change. You have like either like 30 minutes, 45 minutes, or an hour. If it was an hour, that's a good day. To shower, change, and be outside and be ready in formation. And in formation, you got to be in the right position and all that. And then you would begin your training. Either in basic training, if it's red phase, you're learning the basic stuff. You're either getting your weapon, you're learning basic land nav, whatever. If you're in white phase, you're basically just going to go to the range, be shooting all day on a different range or the same range, learning how to shoot. They spend like 4 weeks trying to teach you how to shoot so you can pass the qualification on the 4th week. In blue phase, they start teaching you more tactical stuff like battle formations and medical stuff. You have a full 2 weeks of learning how to treat people in the state of, like, if you're in the middle of a battle, someone gets injured, they teach you how to keep them alive until actual medical people come in. CLS, Combat Lifesaver. Yeah, it's a whole 2-week course.
A lot of this stuff is like, a lot of the stuff is like, sorry to interrupt, but like a lot of the stuff is like,
no, that's fine.
It's interesting that folks get taught this, but then they come back and they don't act like they've been taught this.
It is so jarring. Because what I did was split ops, which is at the end of my 11th grade, I went to basic training for 3 months, came back, went back to high school, and finished my senior year. You know how jarring that was? You know how much whiplash I had? It's like, I do not remember how I was before basic training. Like, I do not. Because before then, I never cussed.
You're probably 20
Before then, I never... I'm also a unique kid. I never cussed. I never talked to anyone. I didn't really have any friends.
Oh, so the military really did harden you up. Yeah.
It gave me a personality, you could say. Because I made friends.
He Jimmy. He respect.
Yeah. I feel like a lot of people respect when they get to the military. I think that's just what you do. You just become a new person.
It's because it's such a jarring thing.
Meta.
It's such a weird thing to go through. You go through such like a.
It's like when you class up.
Yeah, it's like you go through such a
job change.
Ordeal.
Actually,
ordeal is how I would explain.
Speaking of training, because this is important to talk about, though. Hey, what's up, Misty? How you doing? How have you been, guys? This is the guy. There's the guy who's the reason I'm here, Misty. More technically,
Yay.
More or less, he's the reason I'm a YouTuber. Well, yeah, you are the reason I'm a YouTuber. Like, if you never fucking showed me Giggle on my computer, we wouldn't even be in this fucking Discord right now. Different life choices. Awesome. But yeah, fucking one thing I will say is another thing that like gets me when it comes to like the training thing is police training. Because I was watching this podcast by some English guys, and they were talking about, police brutality, and they're like, you know what, yeah? Do you think there's something about how they're trained, or is it just that all of them are just mad? And then somebody was just like, nah, it's just like, when you have a gun, it's different. You have a different mindset. But you know what? I disagree with that. Because, it's not Mystic Connexia, it's a different person. Jesus. Because when you actually think about it, or when you actually research, you'll see that the training that these police officers get is specifically geared to make them kill black people in the street. I'm sorry, that's just the way. That's the only way you can. That's the only way you can phrase it. Because the way they're trained and the way they're taught is a lot like the way they're trained for occupying, and basically they train police the way they train soldiers to occupy shit. You know?
No, they do not. I can tell you why. Tell you why they do not.
Why?
All right. Why? So you know what we were taught? One of the first things we're taught when we're talking about foreign subject matters, when we're going into foreign lands, is the rules of engagement. And this is insane when I think about policemen. Like, are you not taught this? The rules of engagement are basically the escalation of what you should do in a situation where you are confronted with conflict. It's like you see someone walking towards your station. First thing you should do is keep your finger off the trigger, point your weapon towards them, and say stop. Yell at them to stop immediately, and you need to warn them multiple times. If you do not stop, I will shoot you. And up to a certain point, you have to give them that warning. You have to give them that.
Can you explain to me what leads
warning.
to the whole American Sniper type situation?
Like what?
Well, this is like people like the American Sniper, or like that war criminal just got what's his name? Who just got pardoned by Trump and just killed like children.
Yes.
So if you're talking about snipers, that's a different story. I'm talking about rules of engagement, which should apply to policemen, where I have to give you a warning that if you don't stop, I will shoot you. Policemen do not do that.
So guys,
I'm a war criminal. I'm
gonna link this in chat, and I'm also gonna link it to you, Leo, because there's this document which I found. It's essentially, have you ever heard of the Bulletproof Warrior training course?
No, because I don't know anything about policemen.
Yeah, so let me link it in here. The Bulletproof Warrior.
It's like, what?
Look up the Bulletproof Warrior police training guide, and
the reason why I think that we're taught this, where if we don't do that warning,
Geneva Convention.
Yeah,
that's why.
And because it's foreign affairs.
No one wants to be.
It's because if it's a different country, and say it's a country we're not at war with, we could cause one if we don't do that. Because if we don't do that, and guess what? We shoot. We're a war criminal now, and we can be subjugated to that.
Now think about the thing. No,
why don't policemen do that?
No. What I'm getting to is think about that though. When they're trained. Sorry, I didn't mean to say like, oh, they're trained like military. No. Imagine they're trained imagine they're trained occupancy of foreign land minus the rules of engagement. All the stuff they're trained to do aside from the rules of engagement, as in like, treat every passerby like a potential threat. You're supposed to ask them to comply with that. They don't give any training on the rules of engagement for police, and specifically the rules of engagement
Jimmy,
is like.
Here's the thing. They do, but you have to understand this. There's this thing called the police union, specifically in New York, and the police union literally has like tens of billions of dollars that it can. Actually, I think it actually has like $1 billion just to be able to fight against any type of police officer who gets reprimanded for killing someone. So it's like they don't have in the military, right? You fuck up, maybe you have some powerful connections, you're fine. But if you're an average person, you're going to get reprimanded. Okay,
you're going to get court-martialed.
So
but if you're in the police union will fight for any random police officer who kills somebody to make sure they still get a severance package.
So here's a little bit of extra information on this. So I study sociology, right? And
part of that like sociology studying is learning about like, well, why does enforcement of like deviance and crime look the way it does, and how does punishing it look? So like you have to examine like deeper down, like we're talking about like why police people shoot black people and act the way they do and like are just like brutal in general. Like that goes deeper. Like what they actually are taught is so different than what happens. So like they're taught like to respect all races equally. Like there's currently in place in many police agencies like racial training, but it doesn't work most of the time. Like sociological studies will show that doesn't work. Ultimately, like the inherent bias of society that's been taught to them by like the media, Trump, and the informal training that the police officers give each other. At the police academy.
This is what I'm talking about. Like what I'm talking about is not like actual. Okay, so what I'm talking about, this bulletproof warrior shit, is not actually like mandatory police. It's not in the system of police, but what they do is they like
voluntary.
They pay these guys to give seminars to their officers.
Mm-hmm.
They pay these guys to give seminars to their officers, and it's essentially just them teaching them, hey, when you go into these neighborhoods, you're occupying a foreign territory, and you have to be vigilant, and you have to not get shot. And it's like...
So sometimes it's not even seminars. Sometimes when Bloomberg was president of like New York, it was like, oh no, he was just telling people like, oh, like Bloomberg literally said in like an interview that like, oh, you have to just put black people, you have to put like police officers in all the poor neighborhoods because if you want criminals all the same like other criminal, you can just Xerox.
You know what's crazy though? So one of the things about police officers is that they give these people guns, and not all of them are qualified to have guns because these people will get scared and then immediately pull out their gun and shoot.
Yep.
Like no hesitation, because now
Also, let's talk about the whole union thing, right? Can we talk about why the police union?
One of the only unions that has never been union busted or even had attempts is like the police.
Yeah.
Union,
Now, can we talk about why? Like, what? Let's really rigorously determine why is it that
the police are.
Let me know.
Like they actually work.
Let me get to this point though. Like, let's get to this. Why is it that of all the unions, like of the Teamsters, the fucking Farmers Union of America, the all sorts of various unions that, regular people are supposed to join to keep themselves safe from bullshit. Why is it that all of those got attacked and dismantled so strategically, but they've left the police union alone just to do whatever? You want to know why?
I have your answer. I have your answer.
There's only one answer. It's because they fund Republicans.
Well, no,
it goes deeper than that. It goes so much deeper.
Oh, please, Misty, continue.
The police union gets ridiculous amounts of donations from like Republican billionaires like the Koch brothers. So essentially, it's like, oh, instead of us having to have the government fight for them, we can have the union essentially be the piece of the government that fights against it, and have the police be not police, but have like states governments have like the blame obfuscated from them. It's like, oh no, just shove that to the police union. They have to go fight like with the billions of dollars we gave them. We don't have to fight.
Misty, continue.
In addition to like, they get funding from the Republicans. Ultimately, like we were talking about, like why we have to go a step farther than like why the police union doesn't get attacked. We have to establish why the police union exists in the way it does at all. Why the police exist in the way it does at all is directly related to the continuing enslavement of Black people, right? So if any of you are familiar with the work of I forgot her name, but she wrote a book called The New Jim Crow. Basically, it establishes how the prison industrial complex is the direct continuation of slavery.
Yeah.
Slavery. Even in the 13th Amendment, it says that slavery can continue if people are arrested. So they force, this is factual information, go look that up. They force people to work in prisons. They pay them, but $1 an hour. And sometimes if they refuse, they still get forced to work. And the prison industry funds the rest of industry, which is the basis
owned by Republican billionaires, and then they funnel the money through everything.
Well, it's owned by the globalist movement, ultimately. Yeah. So it is.
Misty, do you know about the whole governor mansion thing in the South with prisoners or no?
Not specific.
Okay, so what was happening? Multiple governor mansions all over the South. They essentially were just having prisoners do free labor inside the mansion. Actually, in Arkansas, when Clinton was actually their governor, he had free labor from prisoners. That's why people usually say Hillary Clinton had slaves. That's where that comes from.
Yeah, so basically that hasn't gone away. So the police are the enforcement of that system. And without the prison industry, the entire globalist movement falls away. So we talk about our party system. It's not the Republicans and the Democrats. Those are really both puppets of the capitalist interests that fund them, which are ultimately conjoined in mega corporations and these deeper, more secretive organizations that invest like BlackRock State or something like that. Literally, like they have more
I
investing
figured
power
that
than
the
any
police
nation.
union wouldn't really change because the police are the ones that own it.
Have you noticed how resistant people are to the idea of like freeing or taking care of prisoners during the course of this outbreak? Like everybody knows
So
it's
there's
not
like
even
a
a secret
weird
at this point that prisons are this crazy vector for infection, and that if you're in prison, your chances of getting infected are basically sky high.
Why would they
And
release
so many people-
criminals?
Yeah.
Because
That's the answer everyone says.
I don't know if you're being sarcastic, but
He's
like
probably being sarcastic. I don't think Leo really just hates
Well, the
criminals.
main
But, like,
reason
again,
is there's a
No. I mean, like, why would they release actual convicted criminals, people who deserve to
a
be?
majority of them are
Like,
non-violent
seriously.
crimes, like weed.
Because
Yeah.
the majority of
Well,
them
no.
don't deserve to be
Weed.
there.
I agree that they should have never been in there in the first place. But I'm talking about actual criminals. I'm talking about
You're talking about
murderers.
murderers? You're talking about murderers?
Like he
Leo,
just mentioned
Leo,
about
Leo,
13th
I would
Amendment.
give the answer. Fuck about the murder.
Everybody, one at a time. Shush, one at a time. One
Okay,
at a time.
no, Leo, let me address your thing. If you essentially were able to go to prison and say, you know what, every person here who's for non-violent crime like drug addiction, right? Great, you're released. They could essentially start actually doing social distancing within the prison for the cells. So like, oh, this murder is in this cell, this murder is in like 3 cells from that. Because yes, murderers suck. Do we hate serial killers? Do we hate
Oh, I get what you're
pedophiles?
saying now. I
Yes.
get what you're saying now. Non-violent crimes, theft.
Yeah, that's
Weed.
where it's
Not even that, like,
The
most of
majority
drug
of crimes are non-violent.
Okay,
Yeah.
Most of the drug crimes in New York, like
We go back to
ounce
this
of
whole
weed
thing
in
about
place
the
of, like,
13th
10 years in
Amendment.
prison.
The fact that like imprisonment is basically legal slavery, so they'll be throwing
Yeah.
people in jail for whatever the fuck. The majority
they're
of people
throwing
in
people in
jail right
jail
now
right now
are
for
in
the
jail for
quarantine.
non-violent crimes.
Also, sorry.
Like,
But
yeah,
you want to mention the whole
obviously,
police not solving crime
killers,
thing?
rapists, those kinds of people,
Yeah.
obviously they should stay in jail. But the vast majority of people who are in jail are not there for things like that. They're there for
Can we just talk about how police negligence just like flat out lets them refuse to solve crimes? Like that's the reason why there should be more black serial killers than there actually is, because they target black women.
Wait, what?
Can you mention the whole statistic about like police? Just repeat what you just said.
There's this concept called the lesser dead, like, and like the police just flat out refuse to solve murders, where they can just like file them off as just missing person, where they don't even file off missing persons report, and it's why there should be more black serial killers than there actually is, because they only really target around race lines.
I'm so confused. Can you repeat that shit?
I am too. Yeah, I'm confused. You lost me, dog.
No, there's a concept called the lesser dead.
Hello?
Hello?
Did you just get cut off for
What she
everybody
was
else?
talking about. I don't know necessarily if that would mean there'd be more black serial killers. I mean,
does he mean that
murders by the same person?
No, fine. She's last part's a little bit more iffy.
I mean, it's not all
but to
considered the
explain-
same way. Like gang
Hey,
violence isn't considered to be
Isn't
serial
can I
killers.
can I ask something?
Serial killers can
isn't-
be retrofitted. Serial killers can be retrofitted under gang violence or any other crimes. So,
Well,
like there should
okay.
be more black serial killers than there actually are.
Oh, okay.
Okay,
So
because
here's
okay.
here's how. Okay, Sheem, let me explain this to you. Let me explain this to you. Like, Sheem, let me explain this to you. Here's how I see it. A nigga on the streets who's a shooter, and a man in the suburbs who's inviting women to his apartment every weekend and hacking them to bits, they may serially kill people, right? They may kill people serially, but
one's easier to get.
The first is a shooter, right? He just shoots.
Yeah.
The second is a killer because he's actively trying. Like a dude wakes up. Okay,
Black people in that concept as well, but like you don't really get them because they don't file them.
I don't know. I don't think. No, because at the end of the day,
Everybody shut down. Everybody settle down.
All right. Well,
Okay.
At the end of the day, when a gang member, and I don't want to do this. I don't want to be like when a gang member, because I've never fucking been in a gang. But in the case where a person who's gang affiliated wakes up in the morning, they're not thinking, "Oh, I'm gonna murder a dude." They're thinking, "All right, how am I gonna get money today?" And if their method of getting money that day,
that there should be more like black
Shame, I understand what you're saying, but
Okay,
they've created.
wait. I'm
guys,
so
let me adjust
confused.
it.
I need to ask a vital question. Wait, everyone, wait. Why does it matter?
It doesn't.
I don't.
It doesn't.
I don't understand why.
It doesn't.
How did we
And
get?
I think.
circumstances to label more black serial killers because the oppression of black people via the state and the creation of gang violence by the state is so paramount. Like, creating a statistic that labels black people as more of the villain is literally the opposite of what the revolution is for. So like I'm confused at your line of inquiry at all.
Thank you, Jahai. We love it.
Okay, no.
We get back. We can get back on track now.
No, I was trying to bring it down.
Sheem, there's one thing I wanted to mention up. Can you mention up the statistic of how many crabs are
I just think we should move on. I'm not gonna lie to y'all.
No, not Sheem's game.
Real shit. So basically, there are like a lot of things. Jesus, there are a lot of things we can move to. A lot of topics.
Thank you for having a conversation with my
BNA. Let's
yeah. All right, fine. Let's talk about Brand New Animal. All right. So who's seen the first 6 episodes of BNA?
Okay, I should go back to Dead Bunker now.
You probably go.
You know what, guys? Keep streaming. I have to dip for a second, but I'll be back.
Okay.
It's one of them ones tonight.
Who's seen the first 6 episodes of?
All right.
Of a fucking rabbit going around in tiger face.
Hey.
Imagine the concept of blackface applied to Zootopia or Beastars or BNA style world, where it's
I don't
like
think you couldn't do it with Beastars.
I mean,
imagine
like
with heavily
just,
allegory like references to racism is that like at some point the metaphor breaks down.
Right,
Usually,
yeah,
like
absolutely.
it's just a mess. Well, the one thing that always gets me is when, there's a sense of discrimination between like different people, but then like it's usually because there's some sort of event in the past, like I don't know, like fuck the fucking like, and I haven't seen DNA yet, but let's say the Beast people, like they had like a Gurren Lagann war or something in the past, and now like they're living together.
Okay, so
but
we're
like
just
they're
spoiling things. We're just spoiling
Hey guys,
things now.
apparently the audio for the
Is that
video
actually what
is.
happened? I haven't seen the show.
You see, that's my problem with.
I mean, to me, Beastars so far. I mean, not Beastars. DNA so far seems like plot wise seems like broad strokes of like Little Witch Academia. In some cases, like there's some points where I felt like I was like, it's like Yoshinori just trying to do the same thing.
Maybe
I could write like a synopsis, like DNA's like premise, and you might think I'm talking about Little Witch Academia. Write it in certain ways.
I mean, hey, tell the people the audio is bad. I'm sorry that Jimmy's laptop is bad. You know, he'll fix it when he comes back.
How did Dororo wrap up?
Begin more spoilers.
I think the YouTube algorithm has caught the stream because before, when I first loaded the stream's chat, I got stuck behind a double ad. Now I've reloaded it to just see chat again. Not a single ad. We did something bad.
YouTube's like, no. YouTube's like, I mean, it doesn't matter at this point.
No.
I know Jimmy could make money on these things.
Susan's trying to keep the blacks down. Directly Susan. Not
Susan Wojcinski hates black. No. Susan Wojcinski herself hates black.
Okay, you didn't chill, Jesse.
Susan Wojcinski hates anybody.
Say these things. Don't say it when I'm here, Jimmy. Jesse. You're gonna.
Hey man, I'm just saying the truth that Google
associate me with this nonsense.
Bro, I'm just saying the truth that Google is an anti-black company. If slavery was still here, they'd be in charge of it.
I mean,
that's like saying America's like anti-black. Yeah, it is.
Susan Wojcinski hates anyone who isn't a straight white man. You know this.
We established earlier that slavery does still exist, and most certainly any large capitalist interest is invested and runs it. So your statement about Google
I wouldn't say here's the thing. I wouldn't say Google does slavery. I say Google does more of neo-imperialism. That kind of is where they fall.
I mean, I can promise you that Google hires people in the prisons to do their work. Therefore, they're directly involved in the.
Well, no, they don't make hardware. They mostly make software.
Imagine if there's
no one really in prison who's like a software engineer
working on Google code.
Google does indentured servitude.
I mean, it's kind of both if you think about it, because people overseas in the rural countries that they outsource like labor to, they're getting like pennies on the hour or whatever for making the actual components to all the shit that we actually use.
Yeah, no, Google's a great exception. Just remember, Google's
a
software
middle
company.
ground between
it's not like Apple, where it's
abject
like
slavery.
Apple is literally tied to like essentially slavery because wage slavery in like China and India and multiple places.
Oh no!
But Google being a software company makes them weird because like you don't really make hardware. At best, maybe like some of the processors for like some of the stuff you do that comes from like I don't know the Congo and that's cobalt and that's usually near imperialist.
Do the whole shit with sweatshops.
Huh?
Doesn't Apple do the whole shit with sweatshops?
Oh, yeah, no, they were involved in putting suicide nets around Foxconn to make sure the workers couldn't kill themselves.
Pay for a fucking.
Hold on, I'm gonna leave and come back. I can't hear that. Keep coming.
So.
Wait, so you actually want to hear me?
I mean, it's better than people having conversations that I can't hear.
Hey, yeah, that's your fault, man. That's your fault, man. I'm sorry.
I feel like there's a Google does do some hardware. Google does laptops now. They do phones now. In which
phones are usually outsourced. Phones are made by Huawei. Their laptops are usually like. Yeah, Google has a Pixel, which is usually made by like Huawei or like Xiaomi.
Yeah,
not Xiaomi. It's usually Huawei. Huawei.
Those companies probably.
I got a Pixel. That port is just as ass as any Huawei phone I've ever had.
Yeah, no, like that's the thing. Google's weird because it's like Samsung does their own like phone stuff. Like their screens are theirs, right? Apple, like they mostly buy from Samsung, but they still like make their own chips. So it's like, okay, you're still somewhat involved in this. As opposed to Google is like, no, Google goes to another company and says, hey, here's what we want. Make it.
If you're employing the people that employ this, like if you're employing the people that have the slaves, you're directly involved in my mind. Like, it's like, oh, I'm gonna pay you to kill someone. Like, it's the same shit as me.
That's how.
It's still culpable, in my opinion.
That's how people justify stuff. Is like they're not directly quote unquote involved because they can be technically, and then
like I didn't know that was their policy. Like you knew the cobalt was coming from the Congo.
No, well, guys, why do you think Bill Gates keeps investing in Africa?
Take the Mako out of the planet. So the fact that it's powering my shit, like it's fine. I didn't personally dig into the planet.
I mean, in that case, that starts becoming a weird thing because, like, okay, what can you do to stop the Mako at this point for being produced? You can't just stop Shinra.
Stop using it. Like
at this point, it's ingrained in society.
I mean, here's the thing:
society you know and the life you live.
Yeah, but what the fuck does Barrett's truck run on?
I mean, but there's like a line there as well. Like you can't just say, "Oh, it's society." Like I live in it, and therefore I have to go by it. Like, all right, you can start.
Do you live in this current society you are in right now? You're in the exact same scenario.
There's a measure of
you can't blame a person. Like you're saying, a multi-billion-dollar corporation, you could find a way around it. Google could make their own hardware stuff through easier stuff. So we can give them shit for you, like essentially going to Huawei and then using wage slavery in China, right? But as opposed to like an average person, you can't really blame them because it's like, dude, what the fuck are your choices? How are you gonna get an eye if you're gonna make one? Even then,
I mean, all right, so there's definitely levels.
It's either that or become a terrorist and become an enemy of the entire country.
I mean, there's an
hold on.
You can recognize
you guys are
speaking. What do you want to say?
You guys are like kind of missing the. Oh, who wants to go first? I don't. I'm already got the floor. Anyways, you guys are kind of missing the point because it's like you're ignoring like praxis. Like you need to practice what you can do and what you're able to do.
Hey, that's
like
right
you can't just go around saying, well, these giant places have this giant hold and I can do nothing. Like, no, that's not the point. The point is to put it to you. Like, we're all very intelligent people here. We all have some type of working knowledge of theory. But like the thing is like you need to understand that like, okay, you might not be able to fix everything, but you can do little things and do what you can in order to like change around you. Like I can't stop global warming and climate change, but I can lessen my consumption of meat in order to combat it in some shape or form, as well as spreading that information to my family and people as much as I possibly can.
Here's the thing, Jaron, what you're saying makes sense if we didn't live in a hellscape. Because remember what you're recently seeing. Again, because I've known this for years, right? Because I'm me, I would know this, right? But like corn gets destroyed, like literal metric fuck tons of corn gets destroyed to continue keeping prices. So like, congratulations, you didn't eat the meat. They're just gonna burn the meat on fire.
I mean,
but like still.
Do you know how many livestock farms? They're not. If they're not settling their quotas, they're just culling a bunch of animals.
Yeah, that's what's been going on.
You can always make
not what's
more.
been going on now, but
it's more expensive to keep more alive.
I'm pretty sure all you saw the Twitter video where they're just like dumping milk. I'm like, you could have just sold at discounted prices and still made money and then wrote it off on your taxes. You literally didn't need to throw this away. You could have made money on this, wrote off your taxes, and paid no tax.
Yeah, but the problem is that it's more expensive to find a path to sell it than to just dump.
To destroy all of that and then mark it off as loss to the point when you start getting a negative tax rate is technically more like it's easier and more.
Wow, there's still hungry people.
Hey, have you guys seen that? Hey, have you? So I want to direct this into something else where people have been getting messages from their landlords saying that they've seen that they've gotten their stimulus checks, which is illegal. They've been using their social. No, it is illegal. They've been using their socials of their tenants to see if they've gotten their stimulus check yet, to see if they're gonna pay their rent.
But there's rent moratoriums in multiple different.
The problem is that they don't care.
There's no. So
destroy capitalism already.
These are just stupid landlords. These are just dumbass landlords using a site that literally, as soon as you enter it, says you cannot use anyone's information except for your own. So this is entirely on the landlord that are doing this.
Yeah, but like that's.
I would agree. I want to take it back to what Dreadhead Pretty Boy is saying. I also have dreads.
Sorry to off track.
Nice. Are you also pretty boy? I assume so by your voice.
Yeah, for sure. I think that it's really important that we do consider praxis. So, like, yeah, I cannot stop Walmart from outsourcing their labor to China, but I can stop shopping at Walmart until everyone else has stopped shopping at Walmart. And no, that won't stop them, and that won't stop them from burning the corn and dumping the milk. However, eventually, like it will, and I don't have to feel guilty, but like if
people are getting tested for it, and more people are discovering that they actually have it.
I know where it's actually happening. My point is that then that could be used as
people who have
for
autism that
Hold
just
on.
deny that things
other
flat out
reasons, like
exist.
Let y'all go. Let y'all go.
Yeah, but
oh my god,
I don't think so. I don't think so because autism doesn't affect your life the same way a major chronic disease does.
Here's the thing,
affecting us right
most
now.
people actually
It's everywhere.
climate change. They just can't do anything about
Where
it.
we go.
If you oh my god, Jimmy, my brain.
You mean that wasn't being streamed?
Yeah, we've been talking about shit.
Thank God that wasn't streamed. Oh my god. Yeah, good luck, Jimmy.
All right, wait. Ready? I'll do a quick rundown. When did we cut out? When you left?
I don't know.
All right, ready? So
It's
wait,
like a half-hour
from back
conversation.
from back to front. Help me if I miss anything. We talked about BNA being an allegory for racism, kind of, not really, but it's still great. You should watch it. We talked about 5G. That's where we are now.
Yeah. Leo has a lot of undue faith in humanity, and I respect it.
So the current discussion has been broken up into two parties. One party, consisting pretty much of just me and Leo, think that it's possible for 5G to be like someone to sue the state against 5G and have the 5G towers taken down. And people are saying on the other side, no, that's not going to happen. The state and
Why is there 8 people talking?
the state and the businesses don't care. They won't take it down because look at climate change. Since I have the floor, I'm gonna take advantage. My point. Yes, it is.
Some studies
Jesus
say
Christ.
it is, some say it isn't. Who knows who's
Jesus
right?
Christ. It has the possibility to raise your possibility. Like it has, like, look, it can raise the possibility of you getting brain cancer. Okay, like you having stuff like that. Now, is that going to be instantaneous? No. But the fact that it can raise those chances are bad. It's going to take years for this to happen.
Didn't they say like a microwave can
They
make
did,
you
and it can.
infertile?
They did, and it can. But what they're stating
Because
isn't
they-
in the same
Wait, Jimmy, you're
level.
British. You remember when they used to say the BPM energy drinks will lower your sperm count?
Oh, that.
Listen.
Hey, where's the lie? True?
Yeah, all I'm just saying is that just because just because that doesn't mean that it is it. People need to know the difference between correlation and causation. All right, just because they implement 5G tools and all of a sudden cancer rate starts going up by like a slight amount, that doesn't mean that it's probably the 5G tools. There might be some other factors that no one thinks about.
True. So as causational tests come out,
After the 5G towers, like, how are we going to establish that correlation? Like, that's incredibly difficult. Like, it's really easy to say, oh, no, it's not the 5G, it's something else, or we don't know what it is, but it's not the 5G, don't worry about it.
But you have to realize at the time when 5G towers is being implemented, it's around this time.
I mean, there are also tests that causationally can measure, you can measure the type of radiation and the amount of radiation coming off of any individual 5G tower and subject any sort of person, animal, or plant to that radiation.
It's a new thing.
Then a microwave would be the most dangerous fucking thing in our household. Then
I don't have a fucking microwave. You crazy?
If that's the case, then a microwave would be very dangerous to humans right now.
I mean,
so you could test the radiation and what it does, and there will be causational tests in the future. Ultimately,
my whole thing with 5G. Yeah, my whole thing with 5G is that it's a new thing. Anybody can say anything about it, and it just goes with your beliefs on what you believe. You know, if you want to doubt everything the government says, it gives you cancer. If you really don't care, it doesn't. If you want to believe everything the government believes, I guess it does. Data analysis provided by who? Do you know that to be true?
There's independent studies.
Exactly. It's you don't know.
Whatever the hell you want it to, honestly, at this
point. Data right now for me to say either.
I would agree.
All I'm saying is that yes, you can make propaganda that would make people believe that was safe and it could not be safe.
And there's also stuff out there that says that it isn't, you know? Just like there's stuff that says out there the world is flat. It's like...
But yeah, like, here's the same shit that when 4G came about. When 4G was released, that was the
I'm not gonna lie, I feel like this is a dead-end conversation.
Could be.
Alright, so to close, everyone should do their own research and keep in mind that the research could have been paid for by the 5G companies. Yeah. Let's transition because I feel like we've all established some
written by crazy conspiracy theorists that think the world is flat.
Both are possible. You should keep in mind both.
Unless Cambridge and Oxford does a stat.
Keep in mind. Keep in mind. You should just look for anything that has the InfoWars logo.
Yeah. All about this 5G stuff. I do think that yes,
it's so simple.
Companies can engage in propaganda to make people think that they're safe. Happens with lots of things.
Oh,
yeah, let's go.
It gets crazier.
Damn. Hey, Jimmy.
We hate women. Jimmy, we hate feminists. Hell yeah, let's go.
It was parody. Trump, right? Jimmy, it was parody.
He stays winning.
Jimmy, it was parody.
That's
how you describe it as.
One of those logic
parody.
Right.
Wow, he hates women but doesn't hate minorities? Let's go.
Was he a black man?
The teacher was just like, this is a good ass paper.
Progress.
Yeah. Yeah, progress.
I have a minority woman. Listen.
Y'all ready for something?
Women don't deserve to vote, but like, fuck the colonial legacy of this country, you know? Like, come on, we gotta have standards somewhere.
Somewhere.
Yeah, y'all ready for something radical?
As long as we just hate women, everything's all right.
I uplift women and uplift black women specifically, but ready?
What?
And black
so,
and all that stuff. Yeah.
Oh yeah, of course. Thanks. So here's the topic. I'm gonna pose an idea, then we'll start the discussion. Ready? So the idea is way back, like in the days of Egypt and Babylon. Right, Babylon, and a secret order, literally Babylon, and its higher ups and its Masonic orders decided on conquest. That same group of conquistadors that have taken over the world back in the day are still in power through means of the globalist movement. People call them the Illuminati. I think that name's foolish. They're not enlightened. They're murderers. But there is a traceable tie between like 13 families that own most of the wealth and can literally invest anyone's dollars however they want that are above wealth itself. So I pose that since like people are like, oh, way back in this day, like way back since the original Europeans counted as the original black people, like society is controlled by an elite that have existed since long before anyone gives them credit for it and have been erasing and manipulating information far before we give them credit for. So when we're talking about all this stuff, like you must keep in mind that you have to trust sources.
Yeah, I just love how people always forget the old cult. Everybody's just.
It's very possible, and then it just turns everything we discuss into like nothing. Like it invalidates everything.
I just love how when people are talking about Illuminati, like everybody just completely forget the old cult. That like the minute you like $10 million, you like.
It's like if everything we believe isn't fabricated, then none of it has any meaning.
Oh wow! Wow!
Ba-bum.
Oh, yo.
Babylon be burning, there ain't no doubt about it.
Hey yo!
So
I mean, they if you actually examine what they were saying, like
He ain't saying he was
they
wrong.
were examining the Bible and also like a set of events that took place that placed Babylon as the villain. Like that's not just biblical terms. There's also like an original organization of people that come.
They're really like a selective.
No. He's not Babylonian. He's Sumerian.
Fuck the world.
Oh wow, they're different.
Fuck.
Okay.
He merely wields the gates.
Also, I don't think Gilgamesh was pro-state. I think Gilgamesh was anti-state in his original story.
Yeah. Dude.
Yes, because the gods at the time were the state.
Why do you think he sides with the Native Americans?
Jimmy has awoken his political
Jimmy, you have to realize that like
African meme.
Okay, Jimmy, you have to realize that like Babylon as we know it is mostly was formed around the Akkadian age. So like that like so invest with the southern Sumerians and like the southern city states around Mesopotamia. Like it was the ones that essentially replaced like the hegemony of the area during the time was the nomadic people that eventually became the Akkadians that essentially have like which essentially were the rulers of Babylon. Like after like what 500 1,000 years afterwards, something like that. Oh yeah, go ahead. I don't care about this.
I mean, you could follow the money, but like the Rothschilds, that's a big name everyone throws out all the time. But like also you could trace like people like the hidden objectives of people currently. So I'm a little bit back to like the coronavirus, right? Oh, can I not say that? We're on YouTube. Shit. That thing that's going on right now.
I don't think. Okay.
My bad. Anyway, that thing that's going on right now, edit it out and post.
Viruses from too many places to count.
Wait,
Alright, that
the
thing.
The bubonic plague.
Okay.
Fuck it, yeah.
The plague. Pandemic, it's fine.
I don't know about that. I've heard from some YouTubers that like you shouldn't talk about it at all. It'll demonetize your shit. But like,
you will be demonetized.
You will.
Don't mention it in the video, but tag it with COVID. That way, it gets the algorithm reach.
You'll be demonetized for anything on YouTube now. It's like
true.
Jimmy, that already happened. I loaded your stream first, and there was an ad, and then I reloaded it, and there was no ad.
Let him do it for sure.
Okay.
How much Jimmy?
Really? That.
Amen.
Huh. Wow.
Free Hong Kong.
Yeah, no, you can say.
So I'm a little bit back around.
Oh shit! I just realized I was muted for the rest of the stream, so all they've been able to hear is you lot. Cause oh my god, I'm so bad at this streaming shit. I'm so bad at this.
You're only beginning. You're only beginning. You're learning.
Anyway, so y'all are gonna hear the thing that's gonna demonetize this fucking stream. Free Palestine, boycott, divestment, and sanctions, and fuck Israel. Anyway, now that you lot can hear me again,
I'm to be here.
Okay,
Hong Kong?
So because since this been demonetized already, I guess
these things get unlisted.
So can we get demonetized if we say these streams personally support the IRA?
Yes, I support the IRA. Free Ireland.
I don't support.
You know what? I genuinely agree with the Free Ireland.
No. Okay, Jahai from an anti-imperial standpoint, right? A free Ireland is kind of like the most important thing at the moment.
Free Ireland for sure.
And the reason why I say the IRA are cool. Yeah, they. I'm not gonna say that they're good people. Obviously not. Same as.
Wait. The IRA means something different in America, bro.
Oh Oh, you thought the oh no, I'm talking about no.
Like I thought you were talking about the tax people, bro.
No, that's the IRS. That's the IRS. I'm talking about the Irish Resistance. I'm talking about the Irish Resistance Army.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, never mind.
I think the bad guys from The Foreigner.
Hmm. You thought the bad guys were also?
Yeah, no, Free Ireland.
The Foreigner.
The Congo.
Also,
The Foreigner, the Jackie Chan movie.
Get out of Africa, reestablish Africa as its own African countries as their own countries. Stop paying taxes to them. Free Congo, all
Free
them.
Congo and the genocide in Congo.
Oh, yep, and that.
Yeah, well, you have fun doing that. You have fun.
What else?
Because doing that will literally uproot like everything.
Bro, listen. If the Congo is like prime, like all need to be on that shit. We all need to be focused on getting the Congo
is the
like,
world's
white
MacGuffin
people.
right now. Like, if we're being honest, it's Planet Earth's MacGuffin at the moment. One of them at least.
Yeah, true.
Wait, what kind of MacGuffin? Is it Aaron's basement? Is it the Baylet?
No, it's literally the reserves. It's Wakanda level MacGuffin. It's a country tier MacGuffin.
Shit.
Yeah. Because because if you think about it, the reserves of fucking what was it? Coltan, Cobalt, Coltan and Cobalt. I think that's somehow related. Yeah, but
yes.
the reserves they have. I want y'all to know that like that stuff is the root of all of our electronics. And they haven't even taken half of it out of the ground.
Nope.
Oh my god!
I want every tech billionaire that you know of can trace their wealth back to the Congo. And the land is so fertile there that it literally grows everything. Like you could literally, if you own land in the Congo and you want to say I'm off the grid, I'm gonna grow my own crops, you can do that shit in the Congo. That land is fertile.
Was it the Congo that Dave went to, or was it Zimbabwe?
Yeah, which Congo?
It was the Congo?
Okay, I got a piece as well.
Was it? I don't know. Also land.
Yeah, which Congo? Is it the Republic of Congo or just like the normal Congo?
There's Dr. Congo and there's like Congo. Yeah, DR Congo, DRC is
Do you
like.
think there's one white person
DR
in the
Congo
chat
is the one that I've been talking about with the coltan and the cobalt.
Mm-hmm. I mean, there's still coltan in regular Congo. Like, there's coltan in that whole area. But,
sure, I mean, yeah, right.
But
that area also has enough food, like wealth in the ground. Like they could grow enough crops on DR Congo and Congo, like that whole area, like the area of Congo's land, to produce enough food for all of Africa to feed everyone in Africa if that land was actually used by the people there instead of owned by like external.
Yep.
I mean, and you want to know something? You want to know how bad the food problem is? Literally, and this is why capitalism is bad. Like for no reason other than this, the fact that a country like
there's a lot of reasons
for the fact that a country like Nigeria, which can produce its own rice, which can produce its own natural resources, literally everything it uses, everything the people consume, it can produce, except it can't. It has to import these things outside because they don't have the manufacturing capabilities of making good of those resources. And you wanna know who owns those manufacturing capabilities? Well, it used to be the Europeans, but right now it's the Chinese.
It's the Chinese.
Yeah.
I'm gonna keep it straight up, y'all. Like China's trying to get like an entire continent for themselves.
Yeah.
No, entire continent. China's going wherever they'll let them in, and slowly like encroaching on everything. Like that's
China is not trying to take over a continent. China is trying to take over the planet.
Yeah.
China learned the lesson that Germany had to.
Which is
Also,
sad and weird, because like if you look back at history, right, and you like map it out, the time in which Europe was doing all the fuck shit in Africa, both Japan and China were fairly like they both had the capability to conquer and do all of that stuff, but they just didn't.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they were just.
Well, I mean, Japan was busy invading South Korea and China a lot of the time.
Oh yeah, no, they were fighting each other. They only had to beef with each other.
They're busy killing each other.
Japan is the Drake of world history.
Japan
was fucked up. Japan was fucked up till like 70 years ago.
Yeah, no, yeah,
They could have been going for high scale beef, but instead they They just opted for USDA choice.
Oh my gosh.
It's kind of because we fucked them up by throwing 2 atomic bombs on them.
This is before then. This is before.
Oh, well before
that.
No.
You lot don't understand. Before World War II, Japan. Okay, so my cousin has this phrase, and I know it's a really weird xenophobic thing to say, but we've both been to Japan, and we kind of noticed it when we were there. But he says Japan needs therapy, like as a nation. The country itself just needs therapy.
I mean, they have the highest suicide rate.
Everyone needs therapy anyway.
Is that why Japan has like the most thought-provoking shit, because they're insanely depressed as
It's because society there is very close. No, society there is very. You have to fit this role. You have to fit this role, or else you are not approved for society. Even more so than America. Even more so than Western countries.
I know that, but like I don't know. It turns out that like 80% of all the media I consume that has like the most like fucking like galaxy brain shit, like always turns out to be like fucking Japanese related and stuff because of like how like they work and stuff. Not only that, but like they're also very different in English, in which they're very express they have more. They're more in tune into like intuitive like intelligence than English is, because English.
I say that's a difference in culture.
No, that's a difference in language.
No. Culture is part of language. Yeah.
Language is a part of culture.
If you notice, like everyone,
fast food culture.
Everyone here knows that when it comes to Western culture, it's very fast, it's very in your face, it's very explosive. When it's Eastern culture, specifically Japanese culture, they like to take their time with it. They like to introduce you to it for the most part, and really present you with themes and ideas.
I've read a few books about this. I've read a few books about this like phenomena in a weird way. So like I said, Japan needs therapy, right? But that's now. Before they needed Jesus. Like like before, like
they needed ethics. There you go.
Like
so hard.
Because
they
were so
gave him Jesus.
They need more than Jesus. I'm telling you, man.
I mean, Shiro Maxa tried to give him Jesus, but he ended up dying for it.
That is true.
Now, guess what? America showed him Jesus. America, USA.
Tokugawa was actually like the biggest, and Tokugawa, like his regime was one of the biggest like anti-Christian regimes in the world, because Tokugawa, unlike most other like I won't say indigenous, but because I guess in that Tokugawa, unlike most leaders at the time, was like, hey, I know the easiest way to control a peasant population is religion. So all of these white people trying to spread this weird pagan rubbish, which was Christianity at the time, by his standards, by his standards it was pagan. But he just put a stop to that shit and like was really murderous against anyone practicing the Christian faith, and also
sad, the Japanese traditional faith is I think that's a good thing. I mean, ultimately the culture that surrounded that not so great, but ultimately like Christianity has not necessarily done anyone any good. Crusades,
I'm only speaking in terms of the fact that the people who ended up practicing Christianity in Japan at that time were the working population or the peasant population, and the only the reason why it became so easy to like stamp down on them was because the only people who were Christian were poor. So the lords and middle managers of the society were just like, yeah, fuck this. We like Shintoism and we don't want your white man's religion. Fuck off. That's kind of like
true. You have to remember that Christianity didn't even leave Kyoto. You have to realize that Christianity didn't even leave Kyoto. Like that shit stayed in Kyoto.
Yeah, exactly. Like it was very much and that's the only reason it was in Kyoto in the first place was because around the Tokugawa era, that's where the capital of Japan was until he moved it to Edo.
That was where it was before. Yeah.
Hey, Krim, you know your Japanese history? Hey, my guy, real shit.
Of course.
Real shit.
All right. So while we're talking about problems in Japanese culture, Jimmy made a video on this, on the intersection between rap music and anime, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
I have to make like 4 sequels to that video, but continue.
Considering that that Japan's culture is currently very racist and colorist, towards dark-skinned people, specifically Black people, right? And also considering the notion of, right, I'm going to define a few things just so people don't get crazy about, like, what does that mean later? So, like, cultural appropriation, I'm defining thusly. When a group in power takes culture from a group that they are currently oppressing, right, without letting those same people into the society. That's what I'm defining as cultural appropriation.
Yes, that's the best
differentiating
example.
The best one.
From cultural diffusion, which is when two equal groups in a society exchange information freely.
They don't even need to be equal. No, I think it's less about equal, more about two cultures that don't have a historic power imbalance.
Or current power imbalance.
Current power imbalance, yeah.
Right, that's what I meant by equal. There's no, like, one group isn't oppressing the other. So, given that Japan has power over its own Black people and is racist towards them, is the population of hip hop and Black culture in Japan not super problematic and appropriative? Because from my perspective, it is.
I have.
All Asian countries are like
no.
that.
Let me. I've got so many things to say about this. I've got so many things to say about this because I'm gonna break it down for you now. So yes, it's kind of weird that Japan is very racist towards Black people. But I'm going to pull the whataboutism card right here, because in comparison to other places in Asia, Japan's quote unquote racism is not like better, but different. It's less of a in China they hate Black people. Like it's a flat out they don't like it. They don't like it. They don't want them anywhere near them. Like it's a miracle me and you it's a miracle me and you kind of friends, because Chinese people do not like Black people. But now we move to Korea. Korean people are more, how can I put this? They're more like enamored. They're more colorist, and they're also enamored by
zoo animals. Whoa, there's a Black person.
Yeah.
Whoa.
But then again, you have to remember that South Korea has like a lot more.
The difference here, though, is that Japan has consistently.
One at a time, please.
Yeah, no.
We're talking about Black people.
Yeah, Japan is.
It's kind of like how the Irish are treated, but like just there's more hatred towards.
We're talking about Black people.
Sure. We're talking about Black people.
Just let Jimmy go.
So the thing about Japan, in comparison to the other two, is that Japan. I'll get into the hip hop history, but like Japan's racism is different, because one thing you need to keep in mind is, much like Korea, Japan's had a lot of American military bases there for a long time.
Yep.
And a lot of the people who come through those bases are Black. And they end up having babies with the people who live there.
Of course.
And there's a whole generation of biracial children who live in Japan. And the thing is, as you just said, there is a
some of them get to be on TV.
There is a diffusion of that culture that permeates through a lot of other things. On top of this, hip hop as a culture.
So
that's the first thing. That's just the first thing to discuss.
That's where the Black.
Let him finish.
So hip hop, like something personally, at least something I've noticed from Japanese hip hop is they know their hip hop history. Like the people who are rappers in Japan, it's almost like us being anime fans. Like they approach it with a reverence and respect that you don't really see other hip hop cultures around the world treat it with. Japanese people, if they're into hip hop, they are nerds for hip hop. Like they can, in fact, and it's almost.
Wait. I have a rebuttal in that. That's not always the case. Like I've been studying the diaspora of hip hop music, and oftentimes in Japan, there are people that still are uncomfortable around Black people and are racist towards Black people that go to tan their skin so dark that it actually causes them health problems.
That's Ganguro culture. So what you're talking about?
I'm gonna make an analogy though.
Yeah.
Compare the people that make hip hop in Japan, right? You're saying they're super knowledgeable, yet still part of a society as Japanese people that is colorist and racist.
Yes.
Compare those people to like the Eminems and the Mac Millers of America, which I would argue are equally problematic. Like no matter about how many bars Eminem can spit, he's in a group of a dominant culture, taking the culture from a less popular from a dominant.
That's part of the culture.
Now here's Now here's my rebuttal to the Eminem example and the Mac Miller example. What's the last part of cultural appropriation? The last part is the respect. It's you're taking the culture without giving anything back, without showing that you care about it, without showing that you understand what the situation is. Those two examples you gave, they are very much open about hip hop being Black music. Eminem is open about hip hop being Black music.
That doesn't excuse
it doesn't excuse it, but it makes it definitely changes the nature of it. And the thing is,
it mutes it so that society doesn't care. But what it results.
What do you mean by excuse it though?
So I'll explain, right? So on one hand, I respect the artistry and the talent of both Mac Miller and Eminem, while their existence is still deeply problematic for the majority of the Black people living in America, because
you think so?
Regardless of what they say, right, there are people that act like them and try to be in that scene like them, that like white people that dread their hair and braid their hair, while there are still Black students that can't even go to school with their naturally dreaded hair or their naturally braided hair. Right?
So you think because of society, the way society interprets it, that white people can't get into hip hop? Sometimes a white person can be able to make me a song or a type of like change the music in a way that a Black person won't be able to.
Okay,
you know?
actually,
same with Japanese.
Hold on, wait, what?
That the culture, right? That hip hop belongs to Black people because it was created by Black people, and therefore it comes from their culture.
Yep.
And I pose as cultural appropriation any group in power that takes the culture from a group without power, without actually accepting those people, so that you have loads of white people listening to hip hop, even if it's by a Black person, right? But then are still racist in subtle ways like colorblind racism, and they will reinforce policies and vote in ways that are racist and participate in the system in ways that are racist. These people now are like Black culture, but in fact do things that actively oppress Black people.
So you're saying that white people and Japanese people shouldn't do hip hop and rap?
I think you're.
They should stop being racist.
Yeah, I think you're very. You're simplifying his argument.
So do you think Eminem's being racist then?
No.
I would love for them to be able to make hip hop music, but they shouldn't right now because society is racist and what that effect that ultimately has. Because yes,
that's gonna alienate white people, and you know white people hate that.
But
gonna make it more racist.
I'm gonna say something super controversial. Wait, I need to say this. Everyone, I need to say this.
All right.
I'm gonna say something super controversial. As a revolutionary and a community organizer, my goal is to organize the oppressed people. Right? I see the system as destroying itself. It is based on a self-destructive model, i.e., climate change, i.e., 5G, i.e., pandemics not being treated by their governments. Right? So my goal is to unify people of color and oppressed peoples, poor people, women, LGBTQ communities, right? Not to unify the oppressors. If the people that are in power continue to oppress, I do not care if they're alienated. Let them stay in their homes and burn with the rest.
No, if you do that, you alienate them. You're gonna create a victim narrative, and they're gonna use that.
And then you're going to make.
They're gonna use that to unite themselves. And the people that are causing oppression start to unite themselves. You're not gonna get anywhere. You're not gonna get anywhere.
No. Hold on.
And so I'm leading a revolution against those people, right? They are already in power. Yeah. I'm not saying I want to kill them. I am saying that they are not welcome to come with me unless they fix their ways. So no, I will not let a white person into my community that practices hip hop because of society, because my community is anti-systematic. Right? Unless you're willing to break free from those things and you come in recognizing your place as a white person and then this is alienating me.
I'm telling you, this is how I think. That's not how you tackle. You don't tackle it with ultimatums. Yeah.
Yes, you do.
That's how I think. You don't tackle it with ultimatums.
Okay, no.
I'm not giving them an ultimatum. No. But that's not what I'm doing.
Yes, you are. You're saying if you do this, you are wrong.
That's
how you're tackling it.
Leo,
you cannot come live with me if you are part. If you kill someone, you're wrong. You're willing to say that, right? So, where does that line get drawn? I'm telling you that if you participate in a system of oppression, then you are oppressing.
Something so ingrained with their culture. If you start tackling it with such, not ultimatums, but what's the word? Facts, where it's not going to change like that. That's not how you tackle it. It has to be taken slowly. That's really the only way you can do it.
No. See, now.
That's literally the only way you can do it. Because if you don't do that, you're going to start making a victim. You're going to start making a victim narrative that can.
Wait, here's an alternative, right? You're assuming that I'm going to white people and saying either you break from your system or something, right? But I'm not, right? I'm just.
You're saying right now that they can't use hip hop without being racist.
I'm saying that factually, them using hip hop causes damage to black people, right? I'm not saying, right, whether or not I'm labeling them as racist is irrelevant based on the actual information that white hip hop and the like consuming of. Also, here's a statement. Wait. If you're not fighting racism, you're racist. Period. I do not care about how that makes people feel. If you are not fighting racism, you are racist.
I think you should, because it causes. I'm really stating this because a victim narrative is going to cause the actual racist people to unite more people who aren't racist or don't want to be, who want to change.
Leo,
look, these people in the middle that want to change, if you give them that narrative, they're going to become racist.
So Leo, let me
they're going to go against your cause. It's going to make things harder.
Let me break this down because I get what you're saying. But as someone who I'm not gonna go ahead. I'm not a community organizer, but I do feel like I have some level of revolutionary spirit and fervor. So I will try and explain it from this perspective. The people in power, the people not even the people in power, because them ones don't matter. The ones you're talking about, the lumpen proletariat who you think are possible to sway to our side with rhetoric. My argument is when we say things like you are culturally appropriating, stop, and then you can engage in this media or engage in this culture.
They will or they won't, right? So there will be the people that decide to be racist and the people that decide to join the revolution.
And not only that,
ultimately, wait. Sorry.
Okay, Kai, keep going, and I want to make my point. Sorry.
Okay, so real quick, there's a huge key point here that I must stress as someone that is part of trying to work for the healing of all. The community organization of oppressed people is the solution cannot be the oppressor. So I'm not trying to alienate them, but I'm not really engaging with them. The solution must lie within our own people and organizing our own communities. So I'm not creating alienation because I'm not really interacting with them. I'm saying, hey, people of my community come over here, and therefore I'm people are always oh, white people, if you tell white people off, then they're not going to help you, and they're the ones in power, and so they're the ones that you need help from. And I'm saying no, never. I need help from my own people, not the people that are oppressing me.
Yeah. As well as
and the other argument that I've heard made a lot of times is, oh, no revolution's ever been made without the help of the bourgeois, and I'm like, no. First of all,
of course, because they murdered the bourgeois.
No, and also, Leo, your argument is weird. Your argument is weird because you're trying to be well, you have to persuade them. It's bro, if they're not willing to have that hard conversation and realize the hard truth now, then they never will be able to. And that's just the matter of the fact. You're over here it takes a slow thing. We've been doing the slow thing. Look at this whole election cycle. We've been doing the slow thing.
I just want you guys to understand that it's in human nature, not just white people nature. It's in human nature that if you keep people from a collective,
we don't. But that's what he's saying. We don't need them in the collective. We don't want them in the collective. If they're not willing to be in the collective, you are going
to make them antagonize you.
They're already antagonizing us. What are you talking about?
Even more so.
No, it doesn't matter. No.
I would argue that there is no further escalation.
You know how they say racism in America is like hot sauce, where if it's a hot sauce that is hot, but you do not taste it in America. You only taste it once you start shitting it out.
I mean,
it's a subtle thing. All right, it affects actual media. It affects actual culture itself.
Yeah, but Leo, you have to understand.
But you don't notice it until it starts affecting you.
Wait, wanna know why that's so perfect? Because of course white people love this hot sauce. Black people love hot sauce. They eat it all the time. Every day. Yeah. Every moment of America is raced for black people. Right, every single moment. So it's not
I just really don't think you can you can start or create something that goes to that idea or that cause for equality by
alienating the majority.
Making an us versus them narrative.
So your argument
is us versus
and I say that as a Mexican, 100% yo está mexicano.
Dog, I'm not gonna lie to you, man. Here's the thing,
and I don't know what you guys go through. I don't.
Yeah, but I'm not gonna lie to you, man. I don't know what you look like. I don't know your background. I don't know your makeup. But
I've been called half black and Mexican and Muslim, so I don't look white.
Okay, for sure. My thing is just this whole entire like when people say the us versus them mentality, dog, it's already us versus them, and like it's already set up. Like he said, every moment of blackness is racism. Everything that black people experience in America is racism. I don't care if you're even we can even talk about if you're like up at the top or not. In a certain shape or form, you are experiencing racism. You might not be experiencing classism, but you're experiencing racism. And like I just don't have time. I don't think we should make room for our oppressors. Like we shouldn't have to make that compromise. We already make that compromise by living. It's already a societal thing. Like I don't think you really understand. We had to fight for our right just to walk outside and not be called nigger and shot at. Like we had to fight for our right for that.
No, you guys had to do that for a century, and it's still not over.
I get that. We still have to do that, if anything.
No, I'm talking about like after slavery was abolished, you guys still didn't have any rights.
Exactly. So it's like, and so it's like they already. So like my thing is like they already don't see us as people. They already don't see us as human, and we have to fight for that. So if they're not willing to have the conversation, if they're not willing to accept that what they do is inherently racist, if they're not willing to look within themselves and see the awful things that their culture has created, then they're not willing to be on our side, and it doesn't create alienation.
But culture as a whole has made them like that, right? That's literally I agree. That literally what we live in now has created almost every single white person to be that way. That's why I don't agree with it, because you're basically going against the collective entirely.
But we've always been.
It's not going to help you.
So wait. So here, there's loads of black people. But black people are not in the global minority.
No,
but
it's not. No, you're right.
Here's what I will say.
We only think that because
I'm mainly talking about America because that's all I know.
Here's how that conversation would go, right? I would present a person, right? Like let's say a white person, like I founded a community hypothetically, right? And this community has certain guidelines, like don't be racist. And a part of don't be racist
you mean like every Discord in the world? And people still break that one rule?
Wait. So and I give the description of racism that if you're not anti-racist, you're a racist. Right. So what that will do is ask people, well, what does that mean? Well, I will give this person trying to enter my community a list of things that they probably do. Drink coffee, right? All of these like individual instances of them supporting the capitalist structure, and I would give them a way out.
Drinking coffee makes you racist?
I mean, if you're not buying your coffee from the right place, you're contributing to
what?
Now here's
Jahai. Now we're veering into
drinking coffee upholds racist institutions is what's going saying. If you drink your coffee from Starbucks, 9 times out of 10, Starbucks is getting that coffee from some type of country in Africa where they pay them pennies on the dollar. Basically
I'm gonna put my baby's first leftism foot down and say there is no ethical consumption under capitalism. So I agree. I agree with the sentiment.
Buying clothes that was made by.
I don't drink coffee at all, but
I agree with the sentiment entirely. But
I feel like that mentality doesn't promote change. So I understand what you're saying. In one hand, there is no ethical consumption under capitalism, but also like there's a difference.
But I want you to understand my reaction just now. All right. You immediately just alienated me. Imagine if I did drink coffee and I drank it from Starbucks. Now all of a sudden, guess what? I'm a fucking piece of shit by your standard.
Have you ever heard
I'm not gonna want to reason with you.
Hold on.
Especially if I'm white and I think I'm right.
So I've got this point to make because it really echoes what you're talking about very clearly. You ever heard of the Angry Jack phenomenon?
Yes.
No.
So the Angry Jack phenomenon basically means in a case where a person lives their life a certain way, and they meet a person who happens to live their life a different way, the immediate ramification is going to be they're going to feel insulted by that new person, regardless of what they say, because of... So, say, this is how it works in the most simple of like examples. Say you go out with a bunch of friends, and you're about to order some food, and someone says, oh no, I don't eat meat, I'm vegan. They haven't said nothing to anyone yet, but there's people at the table going, oh, they don't eat meat. Are they judging me because I eat meat? Oh, am I a bad guy? Because do they think I'm an asshole? Yeah, that's the Angry Jack phenomenon. So the thing is...
But then there's the vegan that says because you eat meat, you're wrong.
Yeah, no,
that will
but I'm
create
saying,
more.
I'm saying is...
Option
A that I said and option B that you said, regardless of the level between them, everyone's going to be an Angry Jack when you bring them the truth. Every time.
So here's what I would say is like, I'm not telling you not to drink coffee. and I'm not saying don't drink coffee. I'm saying that keep in mind. I'm saying if you want to join my community, I will present you with the literal factual information that documents the violence, right? That you may. Like if you participate in this violence in subtle ways and that makes you feel bad, right? We would have space for that conversation. We'd be like, well, here's the information that I presented you, PowerPoints and videos and lectures and documents and reports from
I
people.
want you to realize that you're challenging their way of life and you're automatically
Which is what we
making
should
them
be
want
doing.
to antagonize you.
Unless I present them with information first.
That's the way of life that should be challenged.
Leo, my question for you is
racism and should be challenged.
Leo, my question for you is if we don't challenge the way of life, what the hell are we gonna do? Like
I was saying with a vegan person, if you say you're vegan, that may create some angry jacks, but for some others it might not. But if you start saying like, wait, you eat meat, you're a piece of shit. That's gonna immediately create almost everyone on the table that isn't vegan.
We're not saying you're a piece of shit if you. We're not saying you're a piece of shit if you eat meat.
You're saying I'm racist.
We're saying
not me particularly.
We're saying if you eat meat, you support power structures that are the things that we say those folks are. We support you.
That's immediately gonna create them, make them against you.
And
not if you give them that information. So wait. No, that's not a matter of fact because I've had conversations with people and I presented them information. They've been like, "Shit, I should change my actions." Right. So if you approach it as just like, "Hey, person, like, if you want to come live with," first of all, I'm premising this on people wanting to come live with in an outside of the box.
Were they the modern white person?
I mean. Ultimately, that's kind of half of my original argument was that like I'm not directly like I'm creating communities of the people that I want to be around.
Well, that's who you have to convince. If you want there to be change.
Okay, no. I think you misunderstand. Okay, so Leo, I think you misunderstand.
You're going on some pure coffin bullshit right now.
No, chill. I think you misunderstand what Jahai is saying. Jahai's a community organizer. Community organizers, a community organizer's only responsibility is to the oppressed, it's to the people, right? Now there's political speakers and like theorists and philosophers. Let them do all the kumbaya bullshit where we try to make the white people learn better. Yeah, let them do that. What Jahai is saying is that's not his job. Does that make sense?
But I take their information and I present it to people. So like someone comes to me and I say, hey, look at this. Like here's the fact. Like what if I don't say anything and they come into a room and like they're asked politely by a secretary to read articles that just talk about the violence, like that are statistical reports of the violence that is the dominant system, right? They're not even having a conversation. They're just learning that information. Now there will be three responses, right?
Mm-hmm.
Approximate. One response is, I support I benefit from this, so like, fuck it, I'm gonna keep benefiting. I can't stop it. It's a monster. It's evil, but I benefit, so fuck it. Option 2 is, wow, that's terrible. I'm gonna change my actions. And option 3 is like, well, I realize that's terrible, but I don't think I'm capable of changing my actions, so I'm just kind of going to be sad about it forever. Like, I met mad people that have done that. I went to a school where there was like, everyone was a hippie, and half the people like didn't do shit to change the system, but just complained about it all the time. And then like, there were some people that just accepted their privilege and were like, fuck it, I'm evil, like I don't care.
I'm just going to tell you, Jahai, as someone who's known you since you were like a teenager, before the dreads, before the yoga pants and everything, as someone who's known you for probably the longest out of a lot of your friends, I'm so proud of you, dog. Like, I'm so serious. I can't even lie. I'm so proud of you. Like, just what I know I didn't reach out for a long time, but like just watching your like progress as an activist and like
you've grown, boy.
But like I'm so serious. Like,
I mean, to be fair, I would have been on the other side of this argument a lot of years ago. I would have been like, what the fuck you mean?
Man, both of us would have, but that's what growth is.
I mean, I'll admit, my time in the military, working with a lot of white people and colored people, just being influenced by the government has affected my opinion, and I don't think it can change very easily.
There are a lot of people who come out of the military very anti-military. You'd be very surprised.
I know people who come out of the military super fucking jingoistic, like.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I know people who come out of the military like jingoistic as fuck, and also I know people who come out of the military communist as fuck, like.
Yeah.
So I personally just care about what affects the majority.
It depends on what they say.
But my thing is like if you start caring about that, you don't care about the majority of people.
You know, it's like have you ever watched One Piece? You know Rob Lucci? I kind of agree with him with this at a sense.
That's very accurate.
You know, it's like if you gotta kill 100 people to save 1,000,000 people.
All right. Hey guys, hold on. Okay, hold on.
Yeah.
No.
Wait.
Fuck it. No, fuck it. Fuck it. No. Shush. I've got it. Hey. Good. I'm gonna kill you till. Hey, so Leo, there's two. No. Leo, there's two boats. Leo, there's two boats. Leo, there's two boats. All right, are you following me? So check. There's two boats. On one boat, it's 100 people. On the other boat, it's another 100 people.
Wait, Jimmy. Wait, can I stop you, please?
What?
Have you seen Phase Zero?
Yes.
Yeah, Kiritsugu Emi, god damn it.
Okay.
All right, wait.
So,
but I would say that I have a problem with that happening in Phase Zero because why did boats randomly keep appearing with holes in them? Like if the boats didn't magically have a hole appear in them.
He's been asking, guys. I want you to know that he's been asking me this shit for the past 6 years. Like,
by the way, before I have to sacrifice. By the way, before I have to sacrifice 100 people, I'd find a way to try to save all 1,100,000 people.
I mean,
okay, that's
the
hero route, and like,
right, but ultimately, like. In Phase Zero, we switched topics because that I don't agree. Like I would say that the kill the few, save the many actually works more than they portray Phase Zero. I'm not saying we should do it, right? It's not ethical, but it's more functional than it would portray Phase Zero.
It's a utilitarian aim. It's utilitarianism. Like it's what is the most useful thing it's what keeps the most number of people alive. Pure numbers.
It's what kills the least innocents. That's what's in my eyes.
It's the ethical philosophy that ran the British Empire forever, since the Industrial Revolution. So I don't know if you want to use that as your basis of morality.
Right. Because when it comes to those 100 people, who do you think those 100 are gonna be? Because most likely they're gonna be poor and they're gonna be black. So that's cute to say. That's cute to say.
Would you say if you're part of the 100 people and if you live, that means 1,000,000 people will die? Would you go with that?
Oh no, I've always said this.
Hold on, Jimmy.
I've always said this. If I ever get caught in the situation where where I'm in a minority of people and we have to choose whether or not we die to save a majority of people, I'm taking up arms against the majority. How about that?
Yeah,
100%.
I think.
Wait. No, that makes total sense.
Wait.
Let me see.
I'm taking the Eren Yeager route. Yeah.
Yeah, you're taking the Eren Yeager route.
Let me say my thing because this is a thing that I get really sick of when it comes to that argument, right? That's easy to say and done, and that's easy to say oh, I'll sacrifice the majority of people. But are you as the leader willing to be part of the 100 to be sacrificed? Because most leaders aren't.
I would.
Yeah, you like to say that now. Yes, you.
No.
But I'm talking about your military generals, our congressmen, our state, our they're not willing to say that. They're not.
I don't fucking know. I don't fucking know.
And that's what I'm saying. You can say that argument. Yeah, in theory, we can have this Discord argument about it, but when in practice, the people on top do not consider themselves the 100 that needs to be sacrificed. They think that they are benefit society and should be alive, and it's easy for them to not have to do it, especially when they're not doing the killing.
Well, I mean, when
see themselves as that.
How many of you have spiritual beliefs?
Themselves as that 100.
I don't believe in God or Christianity, but I think there's.
I believe in a God, but not Christianity.
I describe my theological beliefs as Alan Moore.
That's a lot of deadbeat dad.
I held it back to
Christianity is dumb, and I think that black and Christian is inherently against it.
Everybody, one at a time.
Everyone pause.
Even though I'm Jamaican, I'm Shinto, so I'm just putting that out.
That's because Krim is just like me, and he's read too much Asian mythology, and he realizes that Shintoism is high key the wokest religion.
Y'all
don't know nothing about them traditional African religions. Whoa,
I need
you
to
don't know
start
nothing about Europe,
Give
then.
me the quick bars.
Okay, I guess I'm pretty.
Wait, hold on. Jahai, you practice Ifa?
What practice Ifa? Whoa. All right. Am I Yoruba? Kind of. I'm getting into it a little bit, but ultimately, I've studied a lot of religions, and many of them are woke, including Christianity, but not the institution of Christianity. The organization of even Buddhism kills hundreds.
Catholicism was surprisingly woke.
Any organization
until the kings changed it.
Any organization of religion is going to be corrupt because of their power structure. Like even Buddhism, literally, there's people that are sanctioned to be killed by the Buddhists. So like it, but Buddhism itself is super, like, you know, it is the definition
Jesus,
of many cases.
Like I guess
Jesus had some decent ideas.
I guess like
Except
I
that
guess
he
for me,
thought the world
right,
was ending.
like I'm pretty like atheist and stuff, but like I also have to admit like ethically, like I grew up Catholic, so ethically I'm pretty Catholic, but I also have like a bunch of like but like in my teenage years and stuff, I like read a bunch of like Taoism and like Buddhism and different like I guess like Eastern like philosophies and like ethic codes just to like essentially broaden my view. So like
Word. So the reason I brought this up, heard, nice. I appreciate the backstory. The reason I brought this up is because I can make like a scientific argument for certain religious concepts, but I'm not really here to do that. Quantum mechanics and the elements of it that have been proven basically like prove that there needs to be a consciousness behind matter for matter to exist. That's a deeply scientific argument that I don't really have the degree to make.
Hold on. Say it one more time. There needs to be what behind what for it. Because what you're implying...
Consciousness must, like... All right, so if according to the double slit experiment and the things we understand about quantum mechanics, in order for quantum particles to be condensed from a probability wave, which is just like a mathematical idea, into a physical reality, they need to be observed, which means for matter to exist at all, there needs to be a conscious observer or some sort of observer, conscious or not, that creates matter at all, right? So there's a scientific argument for the concept of like consciousness behind matter. I'm not like that... That's not really what I came here to make. According to karma, right? That's why I really came here. It was for karma. So, like the idea, we were talking about like kill the few, save the many. But so when we're dealing with society as a whole, like we're not really dealing with kill the few, save the many or the safety of the majority. We're dealing with the idiosyncratic little violences that happen to people and how we personally can participate to stop them. And if you want a little more backing, it's like the karma of each of those actions. So like when you go into an action, you can measure how much of it you actually support, and you don't really need some book or some Buddhism to tell you. You just know what you actually stand for and what you don't. So if there's a violence as part of your action, so like let's say you're buying a jar of Nutella and Nutella contains palm oil and you know that palm oil isn't ethical, you know that there's a part of you that doesn't support that, right? And so like while there's technically no ethical consumption under capitalism, and I still feel sad every time I have to get something wrapped in plastic, I'm also getting the things wrapped in plastic that have the smallest carbon footprint. So like, you know, it's a double-edged sword, and all of that can be argued within karma, which also could be explained through quantum mechanics, but like
now you see, okay,
that's too much.
To bounce off what Jahai is saying, which is my theory of like governance. The reason why it's important, the reason why I actually do agree with you when you know with the consumption point. A lot of people, especially a lot of people on the left, have kind of given up on consumption as a means of activism because, like, you know, it's tough. You got to think, you got to try, but
or just support black owned. It's real easy.
Yeah,
if a black person is not capitalist owned and are selling it.
Support black owned, but always.
I do believe that, like what you said, like there is like an observer of like all the matter that's been created like a god.
No, but like
I just don't believe that there's really an ethical thing behind.
No, but okay, we'll get to that. But
once we die,
I would agree.
Well, you would. Wait, hold on.
Universe conscious.
Continue.
I would say that the universal consciousness, right? This piece of like the thing behind the matter, right? I would say that it doesn't say that that's good or that's bad, because ultimately it's behind all of the matter. It is
like, why would
all
it
the
care?
matter. It is the strings, right? It is the things that creates both the rape and murder and the beauty and the sunshine. But you personally have an idea of what's good and bad, and you personally will experience things that you perceive as good and bad. So when you do something that you yourself consider bad, something then that you also consider, like you in this are the only determinant of what's good and bad, all of them right for yourself, and you violating your own rules of good and bad is what causes you harm. Because
see, the thing is, I don't think
you know.
So what you're saying, yeah, it would make sense if this, whatever it is that's in charge, cares about that. I don't think it cares. Like, why are we here? Probably just for its entertainment. Like,
I'm not
we
saying
are not
it cares,
here
I'm saying you
to
care.
decide what is morally good or bad. We just exist to provide whatever it is that is watching us entertainment.
Within that existence, you also have a set of feelings, like I described. You can feel.
I don't think they matter.
And think.
I really don't think they matter.
Hear this then. What you feel and think then correlates to the reality that you experience, right? So if a conscious observer needs to take place in order for matter to exist, there has been experiments that human conscious observation changes the manifestation of particles, like quantum particles as well. So like they had a team of meditators meditate on the double slit experiment and specific results, and those results occurred more often. And it was double blind and everything, like they did it all well. But nonetheless, your observation changes reality as well. So I'm not saying that the conscious observer cares. I'm saying that ultimately you care, and ultimately your higher self, like the part of you that cares, is inflicting, based on its own observation of reality, results back on you, right? This is like the premise of Wiccanism as well. It's all the spell casting and praying is you believing that it will happen and therefore it happens, right? It's really that simple.
This is what you just said is literally the entire religion of alchemy.
So does that also apply to non-sentient beings then?
For example, to like the sociopathic,
like what you're saying is
billionaires that seem to control a lot in the world today.
Then what about non-sentient beings? You know?
Hey, fuck all that. Hey, fuck all that. You heard that the Soviet Union back in like the motherfucking Cold War was trying to like make superhumans, and like they basically called a bunch of druids and shamans and asked them to see if like they could make psychic jet. Like, I'm so serious. Okay, check the link I posted.
Hey, Nazis tried everything, so did the U.S. and Soviet Union.
Clock tower mages.
Jimmy, did you hear about the whole that Hitler actually had squads to pay it out to go find the Spear of Longinus?
He did. No, that wasn't. No, that was real. He did. A good amount of money was spent on trying to find the Lance of Longinus, like the real
Hitler
one.
He was on the moon the whole time. He was.
Hitler is the occult's biggest mark.
Yo,
since we switched to conspiracy theories, coronavirus was 100% confirmed man-made.
Yeah,
that's not conspiracy theory.
Now, Misty, Jahai, I would like to ask, because this is the fun part. We all know it's man-made. Now, by who and why? By who?
For me, I believe it's because
by either China or the U.S.
No winners at Evo for MVC2.
I am gonna put an article in chat of a Harvard professor getting arrested for dealing with a college of scientists in Wuhan, China.
Oh, I heard about that.
And money amounts that were transferred in between them, and the date on it is right before coronavirus broke out. So we know who did it. They're already in jail. They just didn't admit to it.
Now, you want to know something? You want to know my argument? You want to know another
been
argument that,
yet.
like, you want to know the why that I was told? The why is because apparently the cabal, the powers that be, as people like to call them, the Illuminati, for those who are so inclined,
lizard people.
Yeah, the lizard people. They figured out that this global they figured out that this like global warming thing is not a joke, and like the only way to stop it is to like literally make people not go outside. So they just put something outside to make people stay inside.
Jimmy, well, I like that idea.
They ran some numbers and said it.
Jimmy, you have to realize
you can only hold them back for so long, mind you.
You have to realize what.
And then they said to themselves, "Well, that's what the cops are for."
Remember, like Wuhan is pretty close to Hong Kong, and on top of all of that, Hong Kong has been protesting a lot, along with a lot of people trying to be like, "Yo, we need free speech." On top of all of that, you need to realize that China has the most condensed population in one area, and it was getting too much. So like China government was just like, "Yo, here's a disease. If all of y'all die, not my problem."
Wait, are you saying that this is
population control?
Wait, are you really trying to say that this is a Chinese method of population control?
Hey,
it's a globalist method of population control, but
I mean, I think we've seen that China's got less expensive things.
If they use
maybe, but it had collateral.
So let me ask you something. Let me ask you something, Jahai, because I know you have a real answer to this, so you're gonna laugh when I ask you. Because I have my own theories, but I know you have yours. How much did Alex Jones get right?
Who?
He got too many things right. Whatever the amount is that you have, he's gotten too much right.
I don't know who that is.
Wait, who's
Alex Jones, the turning the frogs gay guy.
Who's in
Huh?
here that sounds
The guy who
like
said they were turning the frogs gay.
I have no idea who that. Like nope. That doesn't.
Oh wow. Well, Alex Jones is another person. Well, then never mind then, because Alex Jones is basically this freaking crazy right winger who I can't even.
Right wing communist.
He's right wing communist. Jesus Christ. Like
yeah, he is. No, he is.
He really is.
You cannot tell me he isn't.
Jordan, you realize how much like Biggs you sound?
Wait, what?
Biggs from fucking Final Fantasy VII Remake?
What the
No, Wedge, the fat one.
Wedge, oh.
What about
Yeah.
Of course.
Yeah, I've been getting that for most of my life.
Hey, say we're doing this for the planet.
We're doing this for the planet.
Oh my gosh. Anyway.
Jimmy, how is Alex Jones coming though?
How is Alex Jones coming? Have you not listened to a single clip of that man? Hold on for a second.
Yes.
Hold on for a second.
I'm sure
I'm
there's a
sorry.
video.
He's commenting.
Jimmy, you gotta make sure you link the one where he
while
talks
you
about
look that
being
up-
a man and being alive.
He's
Because
commenting
that's
on
the most communist shit he's ever
just to
said.
get a bunch of people following him. But like minus the charisma.
I'm a pioneer. I'm an explorer.
I'm just gonna play this. I'm gonna
Because,
play.
like,
I'm gonna
I
play this
just
so you lot can hear it.
finished-
I'm gonna play this. Wait, play. Just so you man are aware of what Alex Jones is. Where is it? Did it not? Wait, did someone kick the bot out of the motherfucking Discord? You fucking pricks. I'm not even. Wait.
Also, Misty, what you were describing back then is the concept of as above, so below alchemy. Whatever happens on a macro
Wow,
scale
someone really
affects
kicked the fucking
on
ball.
micro scale. Whatever happens on a micro scale affects on macro scale.
Never mind.
Not exactly. I mean, it's more complex
the
than
thing
that.
I wanted to do.
Basically, I'm talking about the measurement of superstrings and like consciousness. So like,
You want me to link it to you, Jimmy?
in a small part.
No. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. I already
like,
made the point.
For certain groups and religions, that's how it's been explained. But like ultimately, they're like all of the laws of any of those practices would be included in what I'm talking about. But yeah, that's part of it. So wait, what I was saying before, Jimmy. Wait. Oh, you go first.
I was gonna ask if you wanted to play pens.
Oh God, yeah, sure. But what you were saying about them trying to fix the environment, I would have a direct counter to, in that the globalist movement has access to warfare technology in which they can control like entire environmental reactions, and like that's causing a lot more climate change than actually like carbon emissions. So like things like HAARP technology and cloud seeding, which is like something they admit to doing to create weather events, and like cloud machines, which there's videos of existing. Like HARP is the most dangerous of them, but like there's geo-warfare technology that is causing climate change more than anyone driving their car. If they stop shooting particles into the atmosphere and they stop spraying things in the air, climate change would stop.
Saigon.
Wait, so you're saying that climate change is even like less of a individual issue than people make it out to be?
Well,
I would argue yes. Also, resource scarcity is a myth, right?
That's
so,
what
like, there's plenty of
everyone's been on that.
Misty, that's what I was saying earlier about
Speaking of resource scarcity,
population control. Like the
stream is
idea of
still
having
going.
to do it is a myth. That's what I was mentioning, because resource scarcity is a myth. We can feed, clothe, and like do everything to everybody.
But when I say population control, they're not controlling population for the environment. They're controlling population because of the certain populations they don't want alive. That's different.
Yeah. That's what I meant.
Like,
now, okay,
ultimately,
like
live chat,
but yeah, they can control. They can control a lot of things. Like if you Google cloud seeding, there are countries that admit to doing it. Right? They admit to like causing storms. Right? HARP technology, they don't admit to this, but in the patent for HARP technology, it says that it can it shoots particles into the ionosphere and can cause events such as hurricanes and earthquakes.
It's not even hard. It's not hard to cause rain.
Rain, sure, but an earthquake or a flood is a little harder to cause, and they have the power to do that as well.
No, they can't cause earthquakes. How
do you cause earthquakes?
Involves
That's what I
entire
don't
shifting of the plates of the planet.
Atmospheric thing.
You're right.
No, it would not.
They
Earthquakes
really
are
be
not an
doing.
atmospheric thing.
They really be
You're
doing
right.
this cloud
Hurricanes and
seeding
floods,
shit.
yes. Earthquakes.
They really be doing this cloud seeding shit, bro. Like I'm looking at, I'm
Yeah.
looking at it.
Look at the patent for HARP technology. If you look at the patent for HARP technology, they have the power to create major weather events. You're right, not earthquakes. I'm sorry, I used one of the wrong examples. But floods and hurricanes, they have the power to cause. They have the power to cause immense rains for long periods of time.
It's like a fire can cause an earthquake, and not earthquake, but rain. You know.
Ooh,
Which one's gonna kill
weaponized
us
weather
first?
control? Yo, what the fuck, my guy?
Which one's gonna kill us first? AI technology,
Jimmy,
this, or the nukes?
I just want to work
man
robot GF before
dreamt of God.
Wait, what?
We've
What
dreamt of a way to surpass him.
Wait, what did you say?
You Alex Jones right now.
Wait, Jordan, say that again.
Ever since man dreamt of God, we since dreamt of a way to surpass it.
Facts. That's you know what? And isn't it sad how shitty of a job we've done?
I just want to reverse that statement. Ever since white men, I just want to, not because African indigenous culture and indigenous and all that have been
Americans never thought about surpassing God.
So there's an argument that I've that like folks always like to throw at me, and I think it's a very white argument that like, oh, if there was any other race who was the number one, they would have done the same thing, and I'm like no, they wouldn't have. Because the Asians,
look at alternate cultures.
The Asians had it popping. I keep saying this. The Asians had enough to conquer everyone during the Dark Age.
The history where Japan just had their own shit.
What America? No, what am I saying? What Europe likes to forget is that there's something called the fucking Dark Ages, dog. And what you lot call the Dark Ages, it was only dark for you lot. It was only dark. Everyone else had it popping. There was the Silk Road. There was the Silk Road. Like
the Silk Road, the Islamic Golden Age.
It's like, if any other race wanted to do what white people did, they would have.
The Irish, even the Irish had their own golden age going for them.
What's it called? The most powerful dynasty of all of China came during the medieval period.
It's like I'm saying, there's something genetically wrong with them. I'm sorry.
Even in other races that did colonize people, if you look at the Mayans, they colonized people, but they just let those people have their own resources.
I think that white people,
they're like, you're Mayan now. You can take care of yourself.
I think white people made it with Neanderthals too much. You know.
Even when Europe was going through the Dark Ages, even the Irish had their own golden age.
That includes the Irish, all right. So I think all white people
I disagree.
inbred with
the white.
No.
The Irish are from a different genetic stock. They're Celtics. They're Celts.
Jimmy loves catching for the Irish.
Jimmy's like the Caucasoid lacks empathy. Like, what the fuck?
The Caucasoids do lack empathy, though. They do.
I just think they fucked too many Neanderthals.
Jimmy talking about magic without me? I'm a
hi, the most psychopathic came. Hi.
Listen.
And guess what Neanderthals did? They were all about conquering.
Yeah.
They're all about.
So were the humans. I mean, the reason humans exist is because they're half killed out and bred with, but half killed out every other. Also,
Neanderthals lived in the Ice Age. So I want you to understand that the Neanderthals' reign was entirely throughout the Ice Age. Guess what part of the world was still cold when the Ice Age ended? And where did all the Neanderthals migrate to?
Yeah.
Wow. And where did Homo sapiens originate from? Africa.
Wait, I'm gonna
Guess who moved up to the north? And then probably fought and mated with the Neanderthals. It was African Americans turning white throughout the Neanderthals.
Why do you say African Americans?
Yeah, maybe we change that.
African Americans. Wait. African Americans.
Not African Americans. I mean Africans. All right. Sorry. Africans.
Wait. So I'm gonna put
on a superiority slipping up there, bro.
I meant Africans.
I'm gonna put out a couple of theories that just need to be put out there. I don't even agree with them wholeheartedly. I don't know. I haven't done the research, but I need to put them out there just for the sake of the discussion. One, there's a lot of evidence for Atlantis and the existence of people long before
What the fuck did I come back to? Sorry, hold on. We've gone from anime to Atlantis is real, and it's
Hold on. He's gonna tell us why
with black
Ariel
people,
is
yeah.
black now.
So I'm just putting that out there. I don't even know if that's true. There's a lot of evidence for it. I've seen the evidence, but I don't necessarily buy it because I can't go back in time. I don't really care.
Tell me
But
Aquaman
also,
is black? Really?
Oh, yeah, of course, dude.
Jimmy,
Black Olad's the best.
Where the
It's
fuck
filled
do you
with
think
black
Calderon came
people.
from?
It's got big titty milfs down there. I'm telling you.
I don't want to hear.
An
I don't want to
expedition-
hear another thing about black people don't know how to swim ever again, bro. Please.
Alright, so first of all, Atlantis was above the sea. It's below the sea because it's the lost city. The idea was that it wasn't underwater. The idea was that Atlantis was an island that then.
Are you telling me that Atlantic is just like aquatic, like Wakanda? Like,
I'm not saying that. No,
you guys think Calderon came
He's
from?
not saying that's not true. Is what's going on.
No. All right. So the idea was that Atlantis existed above ground, and if you look into the Emerald tablets and Atlantis, there's a lot of conspiracy websites that will have all this information and evidence for you. Like I said, I don't even believe all that. A theory that my partner came up with. Just Google it. The theory that
If we get the diamond tablets, the ruby tablets, and the sapphire tablets, and we get them all together, can we summon like I don't know, a Gundam or something?
In the Emerald tablets, we get Rayquaza. Anyway.
The lion tablet, the unicorn
Also,
tablet.
an idea that my partner came up with, right, related to the whole Neanderthal breeding thing, was one that some like not having enough sunlight fucked with people's brains and thus colonialism. Two, that there was actually a group of people that like selectively bred, because even if like people naturally migrated into areas with no sunlight, I've actually just taken a biology course and like it doesn't make any fucking sense. Like there's plenty of dark-skinned creatures that live up there that need like to absorb more melanin, but just do it in other ways or through their diets. So there must have just been some residual black people, right? People definitely got lighter skin tone, but like, did they get pasty white with all these specifically like similar traits of blue eyes? Like blue eyes was originally a mutation. My partner's theory is that someone like a group of people originally for some reason were like, fuck it, we're gonna take over everyone and control like the consciousness. Let's breed people specifically like this to make white people like they are. That's just their theory. Again, these are two theories. I don't fully agree or advocate for either of them. Can't travel back in time.
That's the closest to the Dr. Yakub theory I've ever heard, like from a real perspective. That's like the closest non-Hotep Dr. Yakub theory I've ever heard. What? that is the closest. That was the closest non freaking Hotep Dr. Yakub theory I've heard. But like I fuck with it. Like it checks out on some levels, but the other part of it is the whole guns, germs, and steel thing. Like, if we're really,
I've heard not to trust that book.
Yeah, if we're really going by the fact that white people got lucky in terms of geographic placement, in terms of what they needed to specifically have the kind of conquest that they ended up having, I don't know. It feels kind of weird to me.
I don't think anyone's putting forth that theory. I'm gonna put that down right now. It feels weird because that's weird.
Yeah.
They didn't have all the resources. Africa had all the resources. They just had the mentality to kill people and take it.
And I think that's all it was.
Like,
that's
what I'm
saying. And
White people are the most inbred racers.
There's not enough. There's not enough of an argument, and there's not enough research, or even there's not enough like just a discussion in general on the brain makeup of the colonizer. You know what I mean?
Right.
There hasn't been much done. I don't know. It's like, and the thing is, we can't anymore because obviously the people who are talking about their descendants, I don't know. We can't necessarily track them individually, but we also can't find them because they're dead long time.
So I've talked to white supremacists before.
White people are an entity spawning glitch.
Yeah.
Hey, so do any of you know actually any white supremacists?
No.
No.
No one.
I take quite some pride in that. Yes.
Yeah, I take pride in not knowing.
All right. So I do. All right.
That's unfortunate.
So I do. You know what the biggest fear of his is? He knows that white people are the most genetically not. I can't find the right word, so I'm gonna say undominant people there are.
I mean, what?
Undominant. So that he is very afraid of the race mixing happening, where his people are entirely wiped out.
So my thing is
because people with superior genetics will take over what he has and mix with him, where his whatever little culture he has will just disappear entirely. His identity, and for him and his descendants, will disappear.
If you're
he will not exist. His past will not exist.
If let me tell you something. If Africa, if Africa as a continent today was wiped off the face of the earth, do you want to know something? There is no way you would kill African culture. You want to know why? Because Cubans have it, Brazilians have it, Afro-Americans have it, British people have it. Our culture will survive beyond us. Yoruba people,
and
culture,
you know what white people culture is? It's stealing others. He acknowledges that.
I'll get to this point. Yoruba culture is based entirely on Yoruba culture. It's not based on a skin tone. It's not based on a people. It's based on a culture. Now, the thing about whiteness as a construct, which it was designed from jump to be fragile. It was designed from jump to be able to disappear in a couple generations. Because if not, how else would you justify stopping people from mating with whites? Right?
So that's what he's scared of. He doesn't want what he knows and what is his to go away.
He's scared. No. Let me put it this way. Let me put it this way.
Hold on. Because here's the thing, though. Here's the thing. That first of all, your friend doesn't know what the hell he's talking about. Because first of all, the crazy part is white people do have a culture. They just decided to burn it when they adopted Christianity, because witches and Wiccans and all that shit is theirs, and they just decided to get rid of it when they got Christianity introduced into them. Like there is something to say about European culture, and there is something to say about things behind them that they used to have, being more connected with nature and like connected to their ancestors and everything like that.
Now look, guys, half of what you're saying is fucking crazy, but that was a good point.
They do.
Okay.
Half of what you're saying is like
there's a whole.
I also interject
fuck.
whiteness is only really defined by North American and Germanic descent.
So he's a North American white supremacist. Then I should elaborate on that.
Okay. So what I was gonna get to is the fragility he has, the fear he has. I don't feel any ounce of sympathy or care. You wanna know why?
Because, no, of course.
Not just in that he's a white supremacist. No, that's not the point. It's that your fear is something that people who you respect and love gave you. That fear is something that the people who told you to hate others gave you. You didn't get that fear from living your life. You got that fear because you got brainwashed.
He got it from his parents for sure.
Exactly. So that fear of whiteness evaporating is a fear that exists only because folks keep thinking it exists. If white people stopped identifying whiteness as pure white, if white people got rid of the one drop rule, if white people decided that, hey, maybe we're going to stop calling ourselves white people and call ourselves Americans, or, European Americans, the way the blacks are African Americans, if white people did that, then you want to know what? We would stop saying that whiteness was disappearing, or that there was something as a great replacement, or even that ethnic, what's it called? The white ethnic whatever is going away. No, you want to know what it is? That's what I was getting at in the first place. If all of Africa gets wiped out now, Yoruba culture remains, because they still do carnival. They still do like loads of different things in Brazil that are directly connected to Yoruba culture. If every American white got wiped off the face of the planet today, what would survive? This is a real question.
I don't know, because most of what they have is ripped off from their culture.
No, but again, that ersatz culture, that fake culture, that weird, not real kind of culture is modern white American culture, and I think there's something to be proud of in that. Because if you're not gonna be proud of it, what you're gonna end up doing is stealing from other people. So please stop.
Man, fuck those crackers.
Like,
hey, look, there's a reason I'm poking at witchcraft right now.
He just hates non-modernality. Like, he hates the fact that like being straight is trying to be ripped away from society, because he's worried about children.
He just sounds like a
China dog. So he doesn't want transgenderism forced onto children, where children who would,
transgenderism they
could go throughout their entire life. Let me explain. They could go throughout their entire life being straight. Whereas if you as a parent, both your parents start like saying, not only is it okay to be gay, maybe you should be.
No,
okay. Now you see, here's one thing that bigots like doing. Here's one thing that I'll say.
Yeah. I'm not saying it's good.
Here's one thing bigots like doing that I'm tired of. Projecting. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Projecting.
Listen, first of all,
yeah.
Dude, first of all, your friend can fuck off with that mindset because first and foremost, no trans person is literally going around and be like, you know what you should do, kid? You should be trans. You should inject those.
You want to know what people? You want to know what they're doing? You want to know what non-trans people are definitely doing? They're literally going up to their kid and saying,
if you gender reveal parties and making their kids go to fucking strip clubs and expressing their kids in sexual ways. Like,
so I agree. I agree. I've told him that, and he agrees to a sense because he's changed his mindset a bit.
A thing until last year.
But he is worried about that. If you start going to gay,
your friend is only worried because of your friend is worried. What it sounds like your friend is worried about is if his kids do end up being gay and or trans or whatever, they're not going to be treated.
It's going to be society's fault. Yeah,
it's not going to be society's fault. It's not a first of all, it's not a problem. The problem of society is that their children are going to be treated wrong based on what they identify as, and that's the problem. Your friend is going about it entirely the wrong way. Your friend is supposed to be accepting his kids no matter what happens.
Well, the thing is, he's also worried about if we start accepting gay people, we start accepting trans, we're going to start accepting pedophiles. Furries. Then we start accepting furries, we're going to start accepting pedophiles.
Can you point him? Can you just point him to that big image of fallacies where it's just like, because that's all you really need for that guy, dog. Because there's nothing.
He's just not even
guys, remember earlier when I said I'm just gonna let them do them and burn while I build my own system? This is
that part. This is why. Because who's got time to argue with people like this? I'm not.
Well, him and his family think this way. No, I fight with them all the time.
I'm not doing it.
I fight with him all the time because I've known him since high school. Well, since he was in high school.
I wouldn't even kick him in company if he's a white supremacist.
Because he's younger.
I don't care. If he's a white supremacist, he's not your friend. I'm gonna tell you that
That's a weird thing, though. He's my best friend. He's called me his best friend. Because he can be so real around it.
Oh, I don't have best friends that are white supremacists.
Yeah, nah.
Yeah, I'll be honest.
And I don't know. You see, Leo, I'm not gonna.
I think it's really important. I think it's really important. I think it's really important to have someone that has a different mindset than you, so you don't live in a vacuum.
I don't.
He does not affect. He does not affect my mindset at all. But I believe that I do.
Not like that.
White supremacist is not a difference of opinion.
And I think that's a really closed-minded way of thinking.
No. Leo, I don't know what neolib newsletter you've been subscribed to, dog. But I'm just gonna tell you right now that when someone has a mindset that is inherently advocating for the death of you, is not.
He doesn't.
No. It's not about him directly. It doesn't matter if he's got a burning KKK cross in a Klan member meeting. It doesn't matter. What matters is that his mindset, his ideology, is inherently not for you. His mindset is inherently the death of. It doesn't matter what he thinks it is. It matters what it is and what historically it stands for.
But at the end of the day,
I wouldn't keep him as a friend. I wouldn't keep that person around me. That person does not stand for me as a person. He does not respect me as a person. He thinks he does because he says, "Oh yeah, you're really cool."
Why do you think I have him around as a friend so I can keep telling him?
I wouldn't. I'd
why
leave
he's
him.
Wrong.
Listen, there's something to be. Okay, so listen, I'm gonna put this out here. Within the art world.
So do you think I should let him be in this toxic way by himself?
My thing. No,
I've got himself in the vacuum.
I've got arguments for both of you. I've got an argument for both of you. I've got a disagreement with both of you. But I'll say it this much, Jaren, there is as someone who has friends. I won't say as detestable, but who has friends who have said silly, unwoke things. I think there is a use to having, not even a use. There is an important, real utility to having people who think differently than you in your close friend circle. Now, would I say a white supremacist? Nah. But the thing about it, Leo, is you're in a position, especially being a non-black POC, where you can reach this person, right? You are able to. And I've always been of the mind when it comes to my theory when it comes to like organizing and activism is you help out where you can. And if you truly believe in your heart of hearts that your continued correspondence with this individual is going to someday yield some results where he no longer views the world in the way he does, please continue. You're doing the world
I think it does because I have changed the way he's viewed things before.
Please continue because you're doing the world a great service. Now, would I give the same advice to any black person who happens to have a racist in their life? No. Would I give the advice to literally anybody else? Probably not. But if you have a friend in your life, and I'm talking to the audience now, if you have a friend in your life who thinks like a fucking bigot and they just keep saying really shitty jokes and they just keep trying to like be such a cool, edgy motherfucker, like thinking that they can get away with saying whatever just because it's funny, let them know that it's not cool and that they should stop. And if they don't stop after the 50th time you tell them, then maybe you need a new friend. That's all I'm pointing out.
So I call him a white supremacist because he's on that border. So
live in an echo chamber.
my friend, his name is Dylan. All right, so he has been on that borderline. All right, he could have very well became a very nasty person if I wasn't there for him.
And you know what? I fuck with that. And to be honest, that's a good note. That's a good note for us to close out on. So, ladies and gentlemen, I have been your host. I have been your host. I've been your host, Nino, aka Q-Ray, aka
What am I supposed to do then?
Oh my god. Alright, well, we're not going to do this game of... I'm going to move to a different...
Yeah. Go ahead.
Ladies and gentlemen, I've been your host, Nino, aka Q-Ray, aka the Human Life Machine, aka the Hot Tech Intellectual, aka Young Giga Joe, the Nigerian Dendala, Little Heart Attack, yes, Toku Ganja, Miyamoto 2 Flashy, Hedori Round Out the Bando. I don't play for my control, I got people for that, aka Atlanta Original Otaku, the Millennial Fella Kuti, the Pagan Slayer, aka Bugs Money, aka Young My Size, aka the Colonizer Pulverizer, aka Boss 9-0 at the Shiri Mafia, Strong Boy Yeager, aka Childish Scam 9-0, call me Cash the Stampede, because all I do is make this money and spread love and peace, aka Charles Basnable, Bling Hick On, aka that kid from Too Many Places to Count, aka Mr. Black and Platinum, Sayonara Mina San. Thank you for watching, and I hope you all don't die, and I love you, and I hope you really do love yourself someday. Anyway,
that was a lot of moves.